Up the video. Okay. Good afternoon. The May 8, 2023 regular meeting of the Malibu City Council is now called to order. On account of the ongoing COVID-19 pandemic, this meeting is being held in a hybrid format that allows members of the public to participate in person or remotely via Zoom webinar. In-person participants, if you would like to speak, please submit your request to speak form to the clerk. We have no in-person participants. Remote participants, if you'd like to speak, please join the Zoom webinar meeting printed on the agenda and raise your hand in Zoom when the item you wish to speak on is called. May we please have a roll call?
Councilmember Grisanti.
Here.
Councilmember Riggins.
Here.
Councilmember Stewart.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Euring.
Here.
Mayor Silverstein.
I'm here as well.
You have a quorum.
Thank you. We will now hear communications from the public on the closed session items. Remote participants, please raise your hand in Zoom if you would like to speak on this item. Do we have any speakers on the closed session items?
We have one speaker,
Okay, let's have that speaker, please.
and this will be Emily Mann.
Who is it again?
Emily Mann?
Emily Mann.
Are you there? She is on Zoom? Yes. Okay, let's give her a moment.
Emily, if you could unmute your microphone, you're ready to speak.
Emily, if you're still out there and you're listening, you've got another 30 seconds or so, then we're going to adjourn and go into closed session if we don't hear from you. Okay. We will now recess to close. Well, does anyone on council have any comments? Okay. We will now recess to closed session to discuss the items listed on the closed session agenda. We will reconvene at or about 6:30 p.m. to begin the regular session and hear closed session report. Okay, we're recessed. Okay, the May 8, 2023 regular meeting of the Malibu City Council is now called back to order. On account of the ongoing COVID-19 pandemic, this meeting is being held in hybrid format that allows members of the public to participate in person or remotely via Zoom webinar. In-person participants, if you'd like to speak, please submit your request to speak form to the clerk. Remote participants, if you would like to speak, please join the Zoom webinar meeting printed on the agenda and raise your hand in Zoom when the item you wish to speak on is called. May we please have a roll call?
Councilmember Grisanti,
Here.
Councilmember Reagans,
Here.
Councilmember Stewart,
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Uri,
Here.
Mayor Silverstein.
Here.
You have a quorum.
Thank you. Pamela, would you please lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance?
To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. All right, may we please have a report on the posting of the agenda?
The agenda for the meeting was properly posted on April 28th, 2023. The amended agenda was properly posted on May 3rd, 2023.
Thank you. So somebody want to make a motion on the approval of the agenda?
I'll move to approve the agenda.
I'll second.
Any discussion?
Can we add, I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
Can we add adjourning tonight in the memory of Jeff Mazzarella?
Any objections?
Nope.
Okay. Can we have a roll call, please, on the approval of the agenda?
Mayor Pro Tem Uri,
Yes.
Councilmember Stewart,
Yes.
Councilmember Grisanti,
Yes.
Councilmember Reagans,
Yes.
Mayor Silverstein.
Yes.
Motion carries.
It's hard for us to hear the clerk if the microphone can get positioned a little bit better.
Mr. Mayor,
Okay. Oh,
would you like a report on the closed session?
wait, before we do that, let's go back to the agenda. It was recommended that we it's recommended in the agenda that we continue item 4A to May 22, 2023. And if we can add that to our approval of the agenda, we won't need to call that item later, and everybody will also now know that we're going to adjourn that. We're going to continue that one. So,
I think it's already posted as the proposed action on the agenda, so if the agenda is approved as proposed by staff, then it would include the continuance.
okay. My notes say that we should affirmatively state it, but
That's fine.
Okay. So if anybody's here for 4A, you don't need to be here for that one. Okay. Can we have a report on the closed session item, please?
Sure. At 5:00 p.m., the City Council met in open session and recessed to closed session for the items posted on the listed agenda. All 5 council members were present and took no reportable action.
Okay, thank you. That brings us to 1A, presentation on Safer from Wildfires framework and the new regulations making insurance available and affordable for all Californians. Sure. Somebody making that presentation?
Good evening, Honorable Mayor. My name is Armina Sargsam. I'm the outreach analyst with the California Department of Insurance. I will be making my presentation virtually. Would somebody be able to pull up the PowerPoint presentation I had emailed? And if not, I could,
Hold on a second. We have it on our iPads, but it's not on the large screen for the attendees. Okay.
Okay, great. I will then move on. Again, my name is Armina Sargsyan, outreach analyst with the Department of Insurance's Community Relations and Outreach Branch. And I'm here to share with you some actions that the Department of Insurance has taken in the last year to make insurance available and affordable for Californians. And next slide, please. For those of you that do not know who the Department of Insurance is, we are essentially the largest consumer protection agency in the nation. We protect consumers when it comes to insurance fraud or abuse. We regulate insurance. We license all insurance agents and brokers you work with. One thing I want to highlight here is we investigate and prosecute insurance fraud. So if you at any point need assistance, you suspect insurance-related fraud, we are the department to turn to for assistance. And I will have our contact information at the end, but it is also on the bottom of your screens. I'd also like to highlight that as a department, we cannot require insurance companies to sell insurance to a particular person or a particular community. Next slide, please. So since 2019, the Department of Insurance has prioritized meeting with consumers throughout the state face-to-face, especially those who have suffered in following a wildfire emergency. And from those conversations, a few important changes were made to insurance. Next slide, please. For example, we were able to expand coverage for evacuation expenses, extend additional living expenses that you pay for. Additionally, now there is, as of 2019, there is a one-year moratorium from non-renewals immediately following a wildfire emergency. So if Governor Newsom declares a wildfire emergency in your community, your insurance cannot non-renew you for an entire year following that date. Lastly, we were able to increase the non-renewal notice you receive from your insurance company from 45 days to 75 days, allowing you an extra month to find an alternative policy. Next slide, please. For those of you, I presume that people in Malibu living in this very high fire severity zones, in certain areas, you struggle to find insurance. And so you may be on the FAIR plan. And for those of you that do not know what the FAIR plan is, essentially it is the insurer of last resort. It is not a state entity. It is not a government body. It is not funded by public money. Essentially, all insurance companies in the state of California share the risk of insuring those very high fire area properties. And we know that the FAIR plan is not a perfect plan. And so essentially in the last few years, the Department of Insurance has been tackling this issue of improving the FAIR plan. We were able to essentially increase the coverage limits you receive under the FAIR plan. And recently, just about a month ago, we were able to increase the commercial coverage liability limits to 20 million. It used to be under 10 million. So a lot of homeowners policies, for example, were struggling finding coverage. Our hope is that now with the increased liability coverage, homeowners associations will be able to find coverage, insurance coverage. Last year, we held an investigatory hearing regarding the FAIR plan. And so we are still in that process of having conversations with homeowners on how we can improve the FAIR plan. I'd like to note that the FAIR plan does not cover comprehensive coverage. So the state required last year that they do. However, the FAIR plan has sued the state of California. So we are currently in the appeals process. And I always say we will not stop until this plan is actually a fair plan for all Californians. Next slide, please. And so that brings me to this new framework that we announced last year. Some of you may have heard of this, given that we announced it early in 2022, and it is called Safer from Wildfires. What this is essentially, it's a partnership between the Department of Insurance and all those state entities that you see on your screen. And it is giving consumers actionable steps on what they can do to prepare their homes, their communities, to protect lives by reducing the wildfire risk. And in effect, there are discounts associated with this. So I will discuss that in the next slide, in the subsequent slides. So essentially, the Safer from Wildfires framework gives you these actionable steps. The first one is protecting your structure. And these steps that I will be highlighting are nothing new. every fire department, the office of the state fire marshal, they've always put these out as ways people can protect their immediate surroundings, their structures, to make them more fire resilient. But what this does is now, with the Safer from Wildfires framework, we're giving homeowners the option to get discounts and to retain their insurance. So it is to protect your structure. So it gives you those actionable steps on what you can do. And I know it's a little hard to see, but if you'd like to read more on this, this framework is available on our website. Next slide, please. So after protecting your structure, you're protecting your immediate surroundings. So clearing any dead vegetation, debris from under the decks, removing any combustible sheds. And the next slide, please. And the last step is working together as a community. And this is a crucial step in the Safer from Wildfires framework. It includes programs such as FireWise, where neighbors come together to come up with a plan, an evacuation route. It includes your local jurisdictions. It is essentially communities working together to make their communities safer from wildfires. Next slide, please. And as I mentioned, the regulations. So these regulations are law as of October of last year, and they aim to lower the cost of your insurance and increase transparency. And it does so in 3 ways. Now, first, we are requiring insurance companies to provide homeowners discounts for hardening their homes. Currently, 40% of the market is providing those discounts, but once these regulations are fully implemented, 100% of the insurance market will be mandated to provide discounts. And those discounts can range from anywhere from 5% to 20%. It really depends on your insurance company and how you pay for your insurance. Secondly, you may not be aware, but your insurance company already assigns a wildfire risk score to your property. You just never see it. But because of these regulations, you will now start receiving your wildfire risk score and what went into it, why your property was assigned that risk score. And lastly, the regulations will give consumers the right to appeal their risk determination score. And so if you've actually done the work to harden your home, or if you don't agree, or your insurance company doesn't have the most up-to-date information, you can appeal and in effect be given discounts. We did introduce these regulations last year in a public hearing in April. And as I mentioned, these regulations are law as of October 14th. However, the insurance industry had until April 12th of this year to submit their plans on how they're going to incorporate these new regulations. So my understanding, the last update that I received was we have already approved some of the regulations, some of the ways that insurance companies will be proceeding with these regulations. However, the full, we have not gone through every single company's submission. And so we're still in that process, but very soon consumers will start receiving those wildfire risk scores, and very soon everyone should be able to get their discounts. Next slide, please. So as I mentioned this already in my presentation, so we'll just move to the next slide. So here's the hotline that you see on your screen. It is 1-800-927-4357. This is the Department of Insurance's hotline. And we're available Monday through Friday, 8 a.m. to 5 p.m. to respond to any of your direct insurance related concerns. If you have a specific question that is very unique to your property, we are here to serve you. And if you'd like more information, insurance.ca.gov has a wealth of information there for you. So I would encourage you to visit that website for any additional information that you're looking for. And with that, I hope this was clear and concise, but I'm happy to answer any questions you may have. Thank you so much for your time.
Just a quick question. Can you clarify the limits on the FAIR plan? I think you said 20 million for, is that HOA properties and commercial? And does that still retain the 3 million for residential, or is that different now?
If you allow me just one moment, I can look up actual numbers for other properties, but yes, for commercial properties, that has been increased now to 20 million under the FAIR plan. Just a moment, I'm opening up my document here. And so for dwelling coverage, the limit is 3 million still.
All right, thank you very much.
Absolutely.
A while back, we had a presentation from the fire department regarding the law to clear out foliage within 5 feet of your house. Is that still in play? Because I've got different information that that's sort of on hold at the moment. Do you know?
I believe the 5 feet is in effect 0 feet. There was something from the fire department in terms of the 0. That is on hold from my understanding.
Okay.
But the 5 feet defensible space is actually also included in our Safer from Wildfires regulation.
Okay, thank you.
Anybody else? Well, thank you very much.
Thank you so much for your time.
That takes us to 1B, presentation on 2022 environmental program accomplishments, pollution prevention is this installment.
Good evening, City Council. This evening we'll be presenting our environmental program pollution prevention accomplishments, which includes our clean water monitoring, our clean water regulation compliance, and our dumpster lid ordinance enforcement. Next slide, please. I'll pass the presentation to Mark Johnson, our environmental coordinator. Thank you.
Thank you, Yolanda. We currently oversee the Coordinated Integrated Monitoring Program, or CIMP, the Civic Center Wastewater Treatment Facility Monitoring Program, the Malibu Creek Trash Monitoring and Reporting Program, TMRP, the Malibu Creek Bacteria Compliance Monitoring Plan, and the Coordinated Shoreline Monitoring Plan. This year, we updated and submitted our CIMP and our Malibu Creek TMRP as required by the Los Angeles Regional Water Quality Control Board. 13 of the shoreline sites are monitored 3 or more times per week. I review these results, and any abnormal results are promptly investigated. We have 5 sites that are monitored 5 times per year as required by an MS4 permit. These sites are Trancas Creek, Malibu Creek, and their paired outfalls, and Topanga Canyon Creek, which has no paired outfall. The Environmental Sustainability Department, ESD, currently oversees the city compliance with numerous other governmental agencies, including the Regional Water Quality Control Board, State Water Resources Control Board, LA County Environmental Health, LA County Fire Department, and CalRecycle. Staff works with the selected consultant and the city attorney's office to review every report for accuracy, make sure they meet the compliance objectives, and are submitted on time. Besides all the reporting requirements, our permit with the Water Board requires us to implement an inspection program. I spend approximately 90% of my time on tasks associated with the Municipal Separate Storm Sewer System, our MS4 permit. Staff has completed 402 construction and 39 illicit discharge inspections to ensure that best management practices, referred to as BMPs, are in place to prevent pollution. Illicit discharges are non-stormwater discharges to the storm drain system which can carry pollution to our local waterways, such as paint equipment washing or swimming pool discharges. Construction sites are particularly important due to the many sources of pollutants that could harm public health and the environment if not properly managed. The State Water Resources Control Board issues a WDID number for construction activities resulting in the land disturbance of 1 acre or more, and we are required to conduct routine inspections at these sites. This year we had 16 of these sites. These 16 sites were inspected this fiscal year. These 16 sites were inspected this fiscal year to to ensure BMPs are operating correctly to prevent pollution as intended, while others failed, as you can see in the photo to the left. Staff issued 219 corrections and followed up with project managers for sites with insufficient BMPs. It is important to note that some sites received several corrections during one inspection. Luckily, the high-risk sites that staff visited daily to correct any issues held up fairly well. As you can see in this photo, this stormwater BMP did its job by keeping water on site. While the sites that we regularly inspect held up fairly well, unfortunately, with these rains hitting back to back and with everything completely saturated, we had some issues. We are currently working with our geotechnical team to track 11 slope failures and 1 sinkhole, which has resulted in 126 additional inspections during the rain events. Most of these issues appeared after the atmospheric river that came through between March 14th and March 15th that brought over 3 inches of rain to Malibu. To date, we have received over 20 inches of rain this season, which has created critical conditions in Malibu. In response, staff has realigned priorities to make sure any issues threatening health, property, and the environment are properly addressed, and we will continue to monitor these sites. In 2020, Council required that all commercial businesses keep their dumpsters closed and locked at all times. We currently have 56 locations that are monitored quarterly to make sure businesses comply with the requirements. 100% of all commercial centers now have lock-and lid service. For 2022, we conducted 156 inspections and issued 22 notices of noncompliance. ESD staff worked closely with code enforcement for the 3 businesses that remained non-compliant after our department's progressive enforcement process. These businesses were found to be in compliant with the city requirements during the 4th quarter of 2022. ESD staff will continue to serve on the committees for the North Santa Monica Bay WASC and the IRWIMP, and we will seek funding from these programs for qualifying projects. The Marie Canyon Green Street project is the first new project funded with Safe Clean Water Municipal Program funds. Another project in the queue for Measure W funding includes the Canyon Dune Road biofilters scheduled for fiscal year 23-24. A significant amount of staff time is involved in the preparing, reviewing, and submitting the many compliance reports required by state and regional agencies. Staff submits monthly reports to the regional board for the Malibu Creek TMDL. Quarterly reports are submitted for the Civic Center wastewater treatment facility, which requires an analysis of the groundwater and surface water sampling results. Every year, staff reports on the citywide solid waste diversion to CalRecycle. This report includes recycled and landfill materials from the commercial and residential sectors, construction debris, and organics waste program. Another report to CalRecycle is a 303 report for the Household Hazardous Waste Program, which is a recycle-only waste operation referred to as a ABOP. ABOP stands for antifreeze, batteries, oils, and paint. We also have a separate contractor that will collect compact fluorescent lights and electronic wastes. The Safe Clean Water LA program requires we submit a plan and a report annually. The annual plan is a requirement that outlines how we intend to spend those funds prior to their disbursement, and the annual report accounts for how those funds were spent each fiscal year and describes how those activities met program goals. With coordination with the city's Public Works Department, we submitted a final enhanced watershed management program update in June of 2021. We just received a conditional approval on April 30th, and staff is working to incorporate all conditions to meet the resubmittal deadline of July 31st, 2023. Staff will continue to review and comment on new or revised regulations and any adopted orders that impact the city. And with that, I'll pass the presentation back over to Yolanda.
And finally, looking forward for this next year, we will be participating in the State of the Watershed Community Meeting at Las Virgenes Municipal Water District this Thursday. We were joining forces with LA County, holding a temporary event on June 11 at the Calabasas landfill from 9 to 3 to accept the more hazardous materials such as flammable materials and pesticides. In addition, we will continue to monitor Malibu Creek, Trancas Creek, Topanga Canyon Creek, and our shoreline monitor sites. And finally, we will continue keeping our city in compliance by submitting all the required state and regional compliance water reports. And this concludes our presentation this evening.
Thank you. Council, questions, comments?
Just have a comment. Mark, Yolanda, this is what makes Malibu Malibu. I mean, this is what we all came here to do and protect the environment. So thank you all very, very much. You guys do a great job. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
I just wanted to concur. Thank you for all the hard work.
Anyone else? Thank you. I thought we were supposed to have somebody speak about the state use of pesticides. I'm sorry, of Roundup, but that's not on the agenda list. Is there a spot for that?
Mr. Mayor, they'll be speaking under oral communications this evening.
Okay, so they're just
and they are signed up to speak.
Okay, cool. Thank you. Okay, so that brings us to update regarding separation from Santa Monica Malibu Unified School District.
Good evening, Council, and thank you for the opportunity to give you this update. My name is Christine Wood. I'm the Deputy City Attorney for the City of Malibu, responsible for the school separation project. The last time I made a presentation, I think we were talking about the term sheet that had been entered into with the between the city and the school district, and I'm here to give you an update on the things that have happened since the term sheet was executed last fall. I'm going to do that through a presentation that's before you. It's an update on the petition to form a Malibu Unified School District as presented to the Laco County Committee on School District Organization. That presentation was given to the county committee last week. I'm presenting that to you today in an abbreviated form. Once the term sheet, before the term sheet was entered into in the fall, the parties had started to mediate using a particularly special mediator. One of the things we were worried about when we considered mediating was who would be able to mediate such a complicated matter. It's a matter that deals directly with school finance, but not just school finance in general. It's not just an LCFF, the application of the LCFF calculator. It's a school finance problem that involves 2 basic aid districts. And we were fortunate to find a mediator in Tarina Mares. She is a retired deputy superintendent of at County of Education in Marin. She has incredible expertise in school district organization, but she also uniquely, there's a lot of school districts in Marin County that are basic aid, and there are also some relatively small school districts in Marin County, relatively speaking. When you think about LA County school districts, it is a very comparable in size to what Malibu Unified School District will look like. And so she provides an exceptional amount of expertise in that regard. And so she's been a fabulous mediator for school separation for the parties. We've had several mediation sessions with Tarina, and the term sheet again was agreed upon by both parties in October 2022. It's important to recognize that the term sheet provides some very basic fundamental agreements between the parties. The term sheet specifically states that it is now in the best interest of all the students that a mutually agreed to process for the formation of an independent Malibu Unified School District in Santa Monica will be pursued jointly. This is the first time the Santa Monica Malibu Unified School District is on record as identifying that it's in the best interest of Malibu and Santa Monica students to form an independent Malibu Unified School District. Understandably, there's some complexities in erecting the Malibu Unified School District, and those are the things that we continue to negotiate. There are 3 distinct agreements that are contemplated in the term sheet: a tax revenue sharing agreement that will memorialize the allocation between the 2 school districts, There's an operational transfer agreement that is going to identify the allocation of staff, the operational processes, and what resources will be shared between the Malibu Unified School District and the future Santa Monica School District. And then there's also a joint powers agreement that's going to create a joint powers agency to handle legal impediments, historical liability concerns, and facilitate possibly the execution of these other two agreements. Those are the three agreements that were contemplated in the term sheet, and there was a timeline set forth in the term sheet. There was, we've met some of the deadlines in the term sheet. It was contemplated that all three agreements would have been drafted and completed by April 15th. We did not meet that deadline, and I think that was one of the main reasons why the school ad hoc committee thought it was important to come and make this presentation and give you an idea of where we were in terms of the progress. The tax revenue sharing agreement has been drafted and is very close to being finished. The operational transfer agreement has been outlined and is close to being drafted, and we have not touched the joint operating agreement yet. It's important to know, although none of the agreements have been finalized, it is important to know that there are some very key terms that have been agreed upon. First, each successor school district will retain all local revenues that are generated in their respective territory. That had been really something we had not agreed to before, so that is an agreed upon financial term. State and federal revenues will be allocated based on student population served by such revenues, so there won't be any, and we won't consider, and there's no anticipation that we will share any restricted funds, obviously. We will provide, the Malibu Unified School District will provide a minimum annual guaranteed revenue growth factor of 4% for the future Santa Monica Unified School District. There's also an agreement that the agreement will terminate in 2052, but payments will begin to taper off in 2042. And then we're also including in the agreement some trigger language that would allow us to go back to the JPA and basically renegotiate the revenue sharing agreement if something catastrophic happens or something really monumental and material to the agreement. So let's say, for instance, the Department of Education in California rewrites school funding and there's no longer basic aid as a fundamental way that our school districts are funded, or there's something catastrophic that happens that changes our AV in either Malibu or in Santa Monica, something really major that would have to happen for us to reconsider, and that trigger language is also being included in the revenue sharing agreement. These are the areas that are continuing to be negotiated. The parties have basically worked through all the financial terms necessary to finalize the negotiated agreement with one main area of discussion, and that is the per pupil cost differential. It's understood and identified in the term sheet that Malibu schools are going to be more expensive to operate because they're a smaller student body. And so we need to identify what that per pupil cost differential is going to be in order to give Malibu a credit for having more expensive schools to operate. Once we've identified that, we believe that the term sheet we will be able to come to an agreement in the term sheet, but that is really the area of continued discussion. Right now, we realized that the parties were having some difference in language and in and an understanding of what some of the numbers meant. And so with the assistance of the mediator, we are working through this per pupil cost differential and how it should be calculated into the overall LCFF property tax revenue allocation. There are some basic agreed upon operational terms that Santa Monica and the city will work collaboratively to facilitate formation of the new school districts. The operational agreement really spells out how we're going to transfer assets, liabilities, and non-operational revenue. So the non-school site revenues, the parties again will form the JPA to assist with some of this These details, insurance, the division of assets and liabilities. It's going to also be the document that looks at the annual targets for funding, triggers, and revenue sharing. Again, with the operational agreement has been outlined. It has not been drafted because there's a lot of information we still need from the district. We're waiting on some questions to be answered. We need to have some conversations with department heads. There's some non-public information that we're needing in order to fill in some of the blanks around issues of transportation and SPED and some of the programmatic areas. There's really, though, no major disagreement between the parties as it relates to the operational agreement. What's been outlined and has been discussed, there's not been a lot of disagreement there. The district is continuing to provide information and we're continuing to have conversations, although the focus has really been on the tax revenue sharing agreement because that's the real crux of the issue. So I think it's important to recognize our next steps since the term sheet has, the dates in the term sheet have come and gone. Again, it's important to recognize there has been progress. Both parties agree that separation makes sense, that this is the first time the city of Malibu can say that they've had that agreement from the district. And so the idea that the parties agree that separation makes sense and we're actively working to finalize the key terms is definitely a summary of where we are. The one main area of concern, again, the per pupil cost differential. We are working with the mediator. The mediator is doing an independent analysis of some of the numbers. We expect that independent analysis in July, and then our next mediation will be scheduled in August. In the meantime, we're continuing to work on the agreements and the term sheet, and we're going to provide those updates to the county committee in August. And that is it.
Okay, thank you. Does anybody on council have any questions or comments? Paul?
Christine, I just want to thank you for all the time you've spent on this and the many, many hours of difficult conversations you've had. And I'm really glad that we have you because you're doing the right thing and we're very lucky to have you. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Versace.
Thank you, Christine.
I wanted to concur. Christine leads a remarkable team also, and everybody who's been a part of this has been a pleasure to work with, and they've really brought me up to speed on this, and I feel confident that we have a great team assembled for this, so thank you very much.
Thank you, Councilmember Bergens.
Okay, thank you very much. All right, that brings us to written and oral communications from the public. Item 2A, we will now hear communications from the public concerning matters which are not on the agenda. Remote participants, please raise your hand in Zoom if you would like to speak on this item. And we will first start with the in-person participants, and the first person I have is Norm Haney. Norm, you have 3 minutes. Pamela, you'll be next.
Good evening, honorable council members, and I appreciate the opportunity to speak with you tonight. After 2.5 months, the planning department put on the agenda a request with regarding direction for the Seaview Hotel. We only have 6 months to provide direction, a position for the California Coastal Commission. On August 8th, if a decision is not made by the City of Malibu to accept the modifications, then it's denied. So I'm here requesting that the city specify June 12th, that gives more than 4 weeks to hear a presentation where I believe at that time you will have the information that was missing when you heard it the first time, information that I did not have at that time and which I think will be available to you substantially before the 12th of June. Then if you decide to approve an ordinance, first reading will be at the next hearing, and then a second reading will have to be done. And at that point, there's simply, I think there's one more hearing before August 8th. There's no hearings in August. And so it all has to be done sometime in July. And you only meet twice a week. So that's the issue. And also, according to the timeline, we also have to be cognizant of providing a 21-day notice. So that's my request. You know, whether you vote it up or you vote it down, it should have an opportunity to be considered and approved or not. So thank you very much for your time. If you have any questions, if you have questions, you know, please give me a call, ask them. If I have the answers, I will provide them. I want you to have all the information you need on June the 11th so that a fair decision can be made. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you.
And your service to the city. I'm available for questions if you want.
Great. Pamela Conley-Ulick, you're next, followed by Robert Gold.
Good evening, friends, neighbors, staff, and city council members. It's May 8th, and in May, we're trying to recall Mental Health and Awareness Month, right? So I've left each of you a rose, and I would urge you to pause sometimes and really smell the roses, so to speak. There's a lot of people hurting in our community, and they're not coming and talking. They're doing other things, and I know you're adjourning tonight in honor of one neighbor who tragically passed because maybe we're not helping each other or we're not talking about pain and suffering. And as I look at each of you, I know you're giving a lot of your time and your energy to help make it better. So we all thank you. And to the people who are speaking and showing up and sitting through hours and hours, thank you. You're appreciated. And for the staff and the city manager and Susan and all the others who put their life on the lines all the time to help us, we thank you too. So I just hope, as I'm looking at your agenda, there's things that are happening and it's great, but I feel like there's no overall plan. We have 3 parcels that are sitting there that maybe we can be doing more parks and rec activities, movements, things for the community, really putting those in the forefront. You're going to be allocating money tonight to the Film Society. Great. We have $19 million, I was told, about in the library fund for the needs assessment. I hope we start really looking at that, not just piecemeal, but planning. And I would urge all of you to remember you're a team, and we're a team on the city council or neighbors. We all need each other. So just remember to look around how blessed we are to live in this town. You know, we have the blooms this year, we have the flowers, the roses, and just take those pauses when you can and really breathe in the goodness. So thank you for your time, and I wish you all the very best in the coming year, and thank you.
Thank you, Pamela. Robert Gold, followed by Pam Ellerson.
Good evening, Mayor Silverstein and council members, Robert Gold, I'm going to read this because it's hard to condense 10 years of my life into 3 minutes. As most of you know, I was one of the owners of the Crummer property, which is now known as The Case. Like the Seaview Hotel, the entitlements for Crummer included an LCP amendment that required us to provide public benefits to the city of Malibu consisting of cash and land, and a mitigation fee to Coastal. On February 11th, 2010, Coastal approved the LCP amendment, and like Seaview, it included suggested modifications. One suggested mod restricted the use of the land to be donated to the city to passive recreation, precluding its use for ball fields or skate park. Another increased the mitigation fee from $750,000 to $2 million. Like the Seaview, the council had approved our project, but did not want to approve the accepted passive use modification. As you know, California law provides that suggested mods can only be accepted as approved or rejected either outright or by not taking any action, and can only be modified by a subsequent LCPA. Coastal told us that if the city approved the suggested mods, they would expeditiously process a new LCP amendment, removing the passive use restriction. The council was concerned that Coastal might not approve the LCP amendment as suggested, and restriction would remain while we got everything we wanted. Council took no action, and the LCP elapsed. In the middle of the Great Recession, our investors stopped funding, and the project was almost lost completely. Ultimately, we were able to recapitalize and reboot the entitlement process. 5.5 years later, a second LCP was approved by Coastal, removing the passive restriction. However, at the end of the hearing, the chair asked if we would agree to increase the mitigation payment from $2 million to $4 million. We took a huddle with our advisors and concluded that if we did not agree, the project might not be approved, or if approved, there would likely be significant modifications we would find untenable. Like Norm, the choice was either to throw away years of work, a ton of money, and deprive the city of the public benefits that the project would have provided, or agree. We agreed, and on September 28th, 2015, this council unanimously approved the suggested modifications. As a result, the MRCA got $4 million to, quote, provide lower cost visitor serving amenities in the general area of the property, which to my knowledge the MRCA has not created. And when the track map for the case was recorded, the city received 1 3/4 acres at Bluffs Park, where the temporary skate park is currently located, and $1 million from the current owner to construct the facilities on the property. In short, there is a direct precedent for you to approve the Seaview LCPA, even though it contains a payment to the MRCA. You can be sure that there were individuals at Coastal who did not want the city to get the land or the money to create the amenities that they've used primarily serving the business residents.
Thank you.
But that was the deal. Both Coastal.
I don't think so.
I respectfully urge you to.
It doesn't work. I was told it doesn't work. Could the clerk please shut the microphone down after 3 minutes if the speakers will not cede the microphone? Sorry about that, everybody. Pam Ellerson is next, followed by Jake Lingo. The way to get us to listen to you is not to keep talking beyond your being asked to sit down.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. Can you hear me?
We can hear you fine.
Last time you couldn't. I'm speaking tonight for the Malibu West Board of Directors, which represents 238 homeowners in Western Malibu. On behalf of our homeowners, we again respectfully ask the City Council to revisit its 2011 Resolution 1141, which created the Broad Beach Geologic Hazard Abatement Zone, the GAD. California Public Resources Code Section 26567.1 provides that the legislative body that created a GAD may order its dissolution if it finds that the owners of more than 50% of the property in the district vote to dissolve it. Malibu West has started to reach out to all 121 property owners located within the district. We've already heard back from over 20% of them who say that they too wish to dissolve the GAD. On April 10th, we appeared before the City Council to ask you to bring this to a vote of the owners. We also need the City Council to advocate for an independent third party as an inspector of elections. Please place this matter on your agenda. Let the people vote. Let's put all our energy, time, money, and resources into trying to find better solutions for beach erosion. Thank you for your service, and thank you in advance for moving forward on this issue.
Thank you, Pam. Jake Lingo, followed by Jefferson Wagner.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, council members, for taking public comment today. My name is Jake Lingo. I'm the father of Skylar and Duke Lingo, who both attend Malibu Elementary School. I sent to each of you an email on Friday, and thank you so much for those that responded. I really appreciate it. I'm sure you're all aware of what took place at the Getty Museum this last week with a group of Malibu students. I am so grateful that no one was physically hurt by this encounter, but it hits very close to home for us parents, and it shakes me to the core about my worst fear. In the email that I sent you last week, I pointed out that school shootings resulting in injuries or death have grown every year since 2018, and last year there were 51 nationwide. I also read today that yesterday we had our 199th mass shooting in the United States. It's a real problem, and it's a present danger. And I'm encouraged by the fact I found out that the city of Malibu has been proactively in assessing the school vulnerability here in Malibu. It is my understanding their report will be produced in June that outlines the many steps we as a community can take to protect our public schools. I'm here to put on the record tonight that I fully support armed security on campus, protecting our children, teachers, and staff. I understand that there is a process to implementing such a program and there will be costs associated with that program, but as a parent, there is nothing more important than me is trying to protect my family. When a school shooting takes place, the only way the murder ever stops the killing is when a hero with a gun shows up and confronts that shooter. The murderer either kills himself, gets killed by the hero with the gun, or they surrender. And there's no other way to stop it. Last week after the incident, there were 4 Malibu sheriffs at the middle school and high school. Why? It's because they're armed and they were there protecting our community. They were protecting our children. I'm grateful. I'm so grateful that the sheriff's department were there protecting our children. But where are they today? Will they be there tomorrow? What happens if we do have an active shooter situation? How long will it take for them to respond to campus? We know that we have a low number of law enforcement as it is. So are we going to sit back or are we going to do something and be proactive in protecting our children? I'm going to be proactive. I've already spoken to the Malibu Elementary School Site Council. I'm here before you tonight. We've spoken to the school board, and we will not stop until our most vulnerable community members, our children, are properly protected. We protect our money in banks with guns, our celebrities, our city council chamber, our school board chambers, but there's no one at school protecting our kids. And to me, it's insane. I wish we didn't have to do this. I wish the world wasn't a bad place, but the wishes won't make this danger go away, and no one's wishes will stop an active shooter situation. I hope Malibu is willing to fight for this on-campus security, protect our children from all of our worst fears. I was encouraged this week to learn that Principal Hertz of Malibu Elementary School was involved with bringing armed security to Beverly Hills School District when he worked there.
Okay. Thank you, Jake.
Thank you.
I know 3 minutes sometimes is enough, but I appreciate your stopping. Jefferson Wagner, followed by Ryan.
Thank you, Mayor Silverstein and Council. Thank you for your efforts on behalf of the community and putting forward all the time and effort that you do to research all the things that are on demand, like the last speaker. Once again, I stand before you. Last council meeting, your staff had put up the meeting, the Brown Act agendized meeting with the Planning Commission, in which Planning Commissioner Craig Hill made a statement about the improprieties of a project that was before them for their consideration and vote. I brought that forward to you, and I still not have heard anything about anything that the council will do on behalf of Planning Commissioner Craig Hill and his statement of fact that you saw. Thank you very much, and the state of the city was well run. Thank you.
Thank you, Jefferson. Ryan, followed by our last in-person speaker would be Heather Alfano.
Good evening, Council. I'm speaking about the illegal antenna pole that's at 23555 Civic Center Way. This is a leftover eyesore of a joint project from the Santa Monica College and the County of Los Angeles. And if you look back in the materials approving this property, and some of you were planning commissioners at the time, that the antenna pole is not even shown completely in frame of a digitally created image. It wasn't cropped, it was just not shown. 2/3 of it is outside the frame. And this is not an antenna tower like was there. This is almost an inverse of such tower. It is larger at the top than at the base. And the applicant happens to be a public entity, so we're not protecting anybody by not explaining to the public how this thing could still be there today. This is not a 70-foot tower. This is now a 97-foot high pole, according to the survey from the city's planning department. If you had a yardstick, it would be 100 feet high if you put it on top. So the county hired Ahmad Hamadandi and a specialty company to get approval for this tower from the Federal Aviation Administration. And although they applied to the city for a tower that was 75 feet tall, they applied to the FAA for a tower that was 91 feet tall, and the top of which is 113 feet above sea level. The FAA was doing a conflict study to determine if this pole is a hazard to the existing helipad behind the college, which is a remnant of the sheriff's station. And what's very obvious to us and to you up there, but maybe not to the public, is that there's a massive commercial component baked into this application. It's an expanded use of what previously existed, and that is their hope to get into long-term leases with the cell phone providers to provide coverage from this pole, which in all instances would never be allowed. It's not even camouflaged. In fact, it's painted the opposite of camouflage. It's painted to be noticed. That's because it's too tall and it's higher than the building next to it. It conflicts with the fall zone to the brand new architecturally significant building with a rounded roof, and I might need 30 more seconds if I could have it.
Sorry, Ryan, you get 3 more. Thank you, Ryan.
Thanks.
Have to treat everybody the same. Do we have anybody? I'm sorry, Heather.
Good evening, council members. Heather Alfano, mother of 3 school-age children in the community. I'd like to comment on the security event that happened on May 3rd that led to MMS and MHS locking down. Santa Monica Unified School District failed to communicate with Malibu in an effective way. Notifications regarding the lockdown were not shared with elementary school parents or staff. Our own principal, Christopher Hertz, first heard of the lockdown from another parent. The first meaningful message came at 8:26 a.m. the following day on May 4th. Too late for parents to make an informed decision about whether their kids were safe to go to school. Families needed to know what school would look like, sheriffs on campus, counselors available to debrief, and update on the suspect, etc. Security is a community matter, and this event reinforces that we cannot rely on SMMUSD to act in our best interest. In this email, the district also misadvised us to report any pertinent information to a service called WeTip. It has been confirmed with the local police department chief that WeTip is not monitored by the department. All information and/or video evidence should have been redirected to the non-emergency dispatch line for Lost Hills Sheriff or SMPD. My objective today is to make it clear that we need Malibu's support to ensure our students are safe. We need to know that law enforcement can make it to any campus within 2 minutes. If our worst fear were to become a reality and we had an active shooter, every second counts toward a life saved or a life lost. Our current coverage from local sheriffs is lacking. We have 4 schools within our vast city that are essentially sitting ducks. We must protect our children. I am the current MES School Site Council President. School security is our top priority at this time. If I can be of any assistance in helping the city to implement a heightened security plan, please let me know. During this transition to a Malibu Unified School District, we need the ability to have autonomy in matters of security. Malibu knows how to take the best care of Malibu. Our current school district is out of touch with our specific needs and therefore not equipped to assist in this matter. This most recent event should be considered a gift. No one was harmed. Let us use this as an opportunity to mobilize and improve campus security. Thank you for prioritizing the lives of our children.
Thank you, Heather. Do we have anybody on Zoom?
There are 7 raised hands. First, we'll hear from Craig Hill.
Good evening, Mayor, Council, staff, and everyone. 3 topics. First, a reminder to everyone that the Adult Softball League at Bluffs Park begins on June 25th. It's for men and women ages 18 and up on Sundays for 8 weeks. There's a fall season too. I play in the league. It's really fun, but strangely, most of the teams and players aren't even from Malibu. Let's do something about that. Registration is by team. Each team needs at least a dozen players. So if you'd like to play, let's form an all Malibu team. Contact me soon at craig.malibu@gmail.com. That's KRAIG.malibu@gmail. Secondly, recently someone recommended to you a new swimming pool for the Heathercliff lot. I did a spit take because already there's a community swim hours at the high school a mile away, while many believe that a pool is needed near the east end of town. This difference of views underscores the need for an overall public process to register the community's long-term preferences for the city's various parcels, echoing Pamela's comments. Until we form a citizen survey committee and get to it, you'll keep hearing these ad hoc proposals from different commissions and interest groups who may become increasingly invested in their own preferred projects. That's a recipe for conflict. So let's figure out what all the options might be and let the community decide which ones might be worth doing sooner or later, or perhaps done as a public-private partnership. Once we have that roadmap, everyone will share the same general idea of where the city's heading. Third, in all the discussion about the Baker-Tilly review of the planning process, I don't recall any mention of meeting minutes. I imagine that some insight might come out of reviewing extended batches of those minutes of the council and the planning commission, looking for any patterns going back at least until the Woolsey fire. Right now, the record is spotty. For the planning commission, for example, the agenda center does not show minutes prior to 2020. It has minutes for about 3/4 of 2021, only half of 2022, and none for 2023. In other sectors, groups typically review the minutes of the last meeting at the current meeting. Plus, isn't there some state administrative rule about how soon minutes have to be published after a meeting? I know that staff has more of them in the pipeline, but it's moving slowly. They do a good job, but maybe a temporary hire could help them catch up with the backlog. And is that what Kathleen Stecco is coming back for? In any case, the bottom line is that as long as we're reviewing our collective performance, it behooves us to have an actual record of it in the analysis in front of us. Otherwise, the more the review is based on the interviews and so forth, the more anecdotal it may be. Let's take a good hard look at those minutes. Thank you very much, folks, and see you all soon.
Thank you, Craig. Who's next?
Next, we'll hear from Lori Herod.
Good evening to all. I am Lori Herod, the Acting District Superintendent for the Angeles District, California State Parks. I'm here today to address the issue of pesticide herbicides that were sprayed in the Point Dume State Natural Reserve. Since this incident, all spraying has been halted and we are working on alternative solutions. The restoration of the stair replacement of Point Dume required permitting through CEQA and coastal development, which is a requirement to remove all harmful invasive plants such as Euphorbia, most common name is spurge, and any other invasive species. We are required to restore the site and maintain it until it meets success criteria. As we continue to complete the restoration of Point Dume, we will not be spraying any pesticide herbicides. We are looking into the cost from the contractor for hand pulling for the remaining invasive plants and or hiring additional staff, which of course takes time to assist. DPR is in the process of hiring a permanent district superintendent too for the Angeles District within the next 2 months or sooner. At this time, I will make sure that I loop the new DS up to all of your concerns, and we will be more than happy to attend a later meeting to answer all questions. I will not be taking any questions right now, but I want to assure you all that I've taken the necessary steps to stop any of the spraying of pesticides at Point Dume Natural Preserves. For any future questions or concerns, you can contact me at lori.herod@parks.ca.gov. Thank you all very much.
Thank you, Laurie. Who's next?
Next, we'll hear from Keon Schulman, followed by Joe Drummond.
Good evening, Mayor Silverstein, City Council members, and staff. I want to thank Lori for understanding our needs here and her idea of not spraying pesticides in our community. I had a planned speech about how horrible pesticides were, and I thank her for complying with our LCP, with our earth-friendly management policy, and with the urgency of our community to not use these pesticides. We will be there for any kind of future meetings to join and to offer any kind of assistance that we can offer. Thank you again. I wish I was there in person. I'm a bit sick now, but thank you for all of your insight and work on this. That's it. Thank you. I'm a little ill.
Thank you, Keon. Hope you get well soon. Who's next?
Next is Joe Drummond, followed by Georgia Goldfarb.
Hey, can you hear me?
We can.
Honorable Mayor Silverstein and City Council, and I appreciate the Schulmans and Lori for that presentation. That's excellent. I'm here to ask questions about the antenna pole next to the new Santa Monica College also. In the Planning Commission's resolution 16-30 dated February 29, 2016, it states the evidence in the record supports variance for an increase in height and findings of fact are made as follows. Variance for emergency communication tower height over 28 feet. The proposed emergency communication tower will exceed the maximum allowable height of 28 feet for an overall height of 75 feet. The existing tower does not appear to significantly hinder any views and is anticipated that the new tower will not either, as it is a slimmer monopole design and the increase in height will likely not be in the line of sight of impressive scenes. The requested height variance will not significantly obstruct or interfere with any existing scenic views and will replace an existing lattice communication tower that is less aesthetically pleasing. The proposed monopole is located in the same property where the existing lattice tower exists and has coexisted with the existing helipad on the Civic Center complex site for decades. Therefore, no adverse impacts to the surrounding properties are anticipated as a result of the proposed tower replacement. 87. Colors and materials of the proposed tower including equipment and antennas attached thereto shall not be non-reflective and chosen to minimize visual impact to the greatest extent feasible. So none of this has happened. It's apparently, according to Ryan, it's 91 feet tall. This application is not going, it says it also is not going to install or pay for any of the equipment on the tower. The current tower functions well. Views of the approved development will be obscured by the intervening topography, existing development, and vegetation. So I'm asking that the city revoke its prior approval granted pursuant to false and misleading application. It needs to engage the city's elite prosecutor to order the antenna pole removed due to the willful, intentional, and fraudulently deceptive prior approval. So please schedule a revocation hearing if the illegal structure and deceptive application has any legal standing, and then vote that the antenna be removed. This could also come to the Public Works. I'm going to request that it comes to the Public Works Commission because telecommunications is apparently under our jurisdiction, and I hope that this can somehow get moved because I don't know when that stop order was placed, but work is still continued on that tower and it needs to stop. So thanks very much.
Thank you, Joe. Georgia?
Hi. Good evening, Mayor and council members. I'm very glad that Roundup will not be used in this case. Nonetheless, I think that the fact that this possibility arose merits a response. I oppose the use of Roundup and its ingredient, glyphosate. The immediate case at hand was the request by state parks to use it on Point Dume. They stated that it was approved prior to the ban on pesticides in Malibu. However, this thinking can be likened to an approval of a coal-powered plant before it was widely publicly known how deleterious coal products were to the planet, or past endorsement of cigarettes before, again, it was widely known by the public. It should be noted that these toxins were well understood for years, even decades, by the respective industries. When did the manufacturers know of the poisonous effects of Roundup? And why did it take us so long to find out? Once we understand, even to the point of actually banning a toxin, that a substance is harmful, we should not then revert to using it based on a technicality. Roundup's purpose, of course, is to kill. However, it's not limited to weeds or other plants, including native plants. It remains active in the water and may spread into the ocean. It's a probable mammalian carcinogen and is linked to tumors in a number of different sites. It may affect the liver, kidney, and metabolic function of the endocrine system. It may cause birth defects. Its synergy with other pesticides and toxins is not known, but generally speaking, synergistic effects are worse than the effect of the toxin by itself. Really, why are we even considering permitting this? This was previous, of course. There are other entirely non-toxic methods of weed removal, which leave native plants to provide habitat, seed banks, erosion control, and aesthetic beauty. A safe alternative is hand pulling weeds. It's good exercise and entirely non-toxic. The city's permission a temporary ago was for the use of Roundup and other pesticides sets a pernicious example of behavior for our residents. The city should not backtrack on its decision to protect living beings from poisons. The city should set the best example for weed control and habitat protection. Please, of course, I know it's different now, but do not permit the use of Roundup glyphosate based on the technicality of an outdated, outmoded approval. Thank you very much, and thank you, State Parks, for agreeing not to use it.
Thank you, Georgia. Anybody else?
Next is Melissa Solano, followed by Hap Henry, Tim Para, and Hans Lutz.
Good evening, Malibu City Council members. Can everyone hear me?
We can hear you.
Okay, wonderful. I'm not really going to echo the sentiments of my dear friends who are also parents in the community, as I am a parent as well of a 9-year-old little girl at Malibu Elementary School and a lovely 4-year-old son at Methodist preschool. My sentiments tonight are about creating a solution to the problem in regards to our security. Our neighboring cities have what's called a student safety and school security. That's AKA an SRO, or what some may call a school resource officer. And when I say our neighboring communities, I say that in regards to Ventura and LA County as well. I ask we immediately implement a safe and secure environment for Malibu students and make it a top priority. We are incredibly vulnerable, and with 4 schools along with a new community college, our risk factors more so as a threat factor. Yes, my primary focus is our children, but it also impacts us all. We need to have the City of Malibu partner with Lost Hills Sheriff Department and create the school resource officers. These officers will be solely responsible for several factors related to student safety and school security, such as these roles can be mentoring, community outreach, classroom instruction, which is about violence prevention, cyber safety, bullying prevention, prevention and intervention, training and education, drug suppression, enforcement and education, but most importantly, providing safety for all. I know that maybe you know or maybe you don't know, but last year a child in Malibu Middle School nearly overdosed in the gym locker. And imagine if we would have had a school resource officer there. somebody that is not just a civilian, but a school resource officer. What could that have done? Could we have mitigated that risk better? Could we have done a better job? We 100% could have. I ask that the council members really do their part and build with the Lost Hills Sheriff Department and work on implementing this at a steadfast pace, because we are incredibly at a huge threat. And as I've heard mumblings around the community that there is supposed to be a satellite station at the Santa Monica Community College or at the Malibu City Hall, I ask that we really make a task force, the school resource officers, because our children need this, and we need to mitigate every possible risk factor that lies ahead. And sorry if my voice is trembling, but as a mom, but also as a daughter of a 25-year retired New York City police officer, I know that this can be done, and I know that it takes the city's hand in doing this alongside with.
Thank you, Lois. Hap Henry.
Good evening, Mayor Silverstein, honorable members of our city council, city staff, and Malibu neighbors. My name is Hap Henry. I'm a Point Dume resident, and I'm speaking tonight to echo the concerns of my neighbors regarding the use of glyphosate and other poisons on our Point Dume Natural Preserve and elsewhere within our city and surrounding areas. I applaud our city and our state parks representative Lori for committing to no longer use this on our state parks. But I'd like to stress that this is such a sacred place to all of us here in Malibu. It's a jewel of our California coastline. It's where my parents got married and home to countless special moments and events for many of us. I'm also a member of our local Point Dume Community Services District, and I'd like to volunteer myself and hopefully more of my neighbors to help mitigate the invasive plant issues that are occurring at the point up there and elsewhere, and volunteer my time to help control that in a sustainable manner that does not put our health and safety at risk. Glyphosate causes many neurological effects in the long term, such as Parkinson's. And for those of us who like to enjoy our time up there and in the waters below, it is unconscionable that any agency would consider using these. Thank you.
Thank you, Hap. Who's next?
Tim Para, followed by Hongelat.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and honorable council members. It's Ranger Tim with the MRC Ranger Report. For this last month, I'd like to report that Rangers responded to a rescue with LA County Fire at Escondido Canyon Trail for injury of a sprained ankle. We also conducted daily patrols at Malibu Bluffs for possible new encampments developing in the canyon. We observed no evidence or any new encampments developing in our parks. Additional ranger patrols were implemented during the weekend and to enhance public safety in all of our parks. Also, there was a concern about the traffic at Escondido Canyon Trail. We also implemented more rangers and public officers to provide parking enforcement and safety issues that may have occurred. Also, there was one service call of a locked gate at Carbon West access area, and we patrolled all of our beach access areas daily for any safety and or maintenance concerns. And that concludes my report. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Tim. Hans, looks like you're next. Perhaps batting cleanup, I'm not sure.
Oh, like Mookie Betts last night. Excellent. Good evening. Thank you, members of the council and Mayor Silverstein. My name is Hans Letz, and I speak to you tonight as a 25-year resident and homeowner on Surfside Way, Malibu Park. Back in 2011, the City Council approved creating the Broad Beach Jihad. I stood here in front of you and endorsed it as a good neighbor. Boy, was that a mistake. Broad Beach has turned around and proposed, after the original approval, they're going to put a massive truck unloading depot next year and a sand pile, an open pit mining operation at the foot of Guernsey Avenue. The City Council has abdicated its duty. They passed all oversight on the sand project back in 2011 They gave oversight to the California State Land Commission and California Coastal Commission. The mayor at the time told us no way would he get involved in review of these plans. He said, let state lands advocate for their constituents. As a result, the current project proposes 43,000 double truckloads of sand hauled in from Ventura County to be dumped not at Broad Beach, but at Zuma Tower 14. Not in Broad Beach, but in front of our houses. The Broad Beach Jihad is proposing 1 truck a minute to arrive or depart out a brand new traffic light between Guernsey and Trancas Canyon Road. A new traffic light, 1 truck a minute departing or arriving between 7 in the morning and 9 p.m., 6 days a week for 6.5 months next week. They have the permits to do it, they say. They are proposing to put a giant temporary sand storage pile in the parking lot. The western end of Zuma Beach will be closed off for 6.5 months. This will mean the closure of the beach at Trancas Creek after 2 years of closure because of the Caltrans bridge debacle that we've got. The city council in 2011 gave control of this to the State Lands Department and to our friends at Coastal, and those 2 agencies failed to consider alternatives. The alternatives that would include what State Parks is going to do. State Parks wants to move 61,000 dump truck loads of sand from Ringe Dam down to Surfrider Beach. But they're not going to inflict this on downtown Malibu. They're going to haul the sand up to the 101 west on the freeway, put it on barges, and then barge it back down to Malibu. That's to avoid a truck sand depot at the Malibu Pier. Well, why wasn't something like that considered by California State Lands and the Coastal Commission back in 2011? Answer, because that alternative wasn't given to those agencies. So the city attorney at this time needs to be directed to challenge state lands on this. The city council needs to direct staff to find a way to undo its terrible mistake from 2011. I still support the sand project, but that was before they decided to put 43,000 truck unloadings in my neighborhood. This is incredible. Help us, please, and thank you.
Thank you, Hans. Is there anybody else?
Those are all the Zoom speakers.
Okay. Thank you all. That takes us to commission, committee, and city manager updates. Do we have any commission or committee updates? Hearing none, we'll move on to the city manager update.
Thank you, Mayor Silverstein, members of the council. A few things to report on today. First, I wanted to announce a couple things coming up from our community services department. We have a Jane Seymour art exhibition will be the next exhibition opening up at the Malibu City Gallery. It's titled Expressions, and it opens next Monday, May 22nd. All right, excuse me, 2 weeks from now. And then on June 4th at noon, the Malibu Arts Commission will host conversations with Jane Seymour, including a question and answer session with Ms. Seymour, refreshments, and live entertainment. The event and gallery are free to attend. Also just wanted to again report that we are going to be showing have an outdoor film screening for the film 21 Miles in Malibu, highlighting the dangers of Pacific Coast Highway. That's going to be Friday, May 19th at Malibu Bluffs Park. There will be a pre-movie discussion about Pacific Coast Highway safety and LA County Sheriff's Department Sergeant Chris Soderlund and other representatives will be there at 7:30 p.m. The movie will begin at about 8 p.m. There is no cost to attend the event. It is recommended for persons ages 16 and older. And for more information, you can go to malibucity.org/21miles. Last week, happy to report that I attended the State of the City event. I'd like to thank Supervisor Lindsay Horvath, Mayor Silverstein, and Captain Situ and the Chamber of Commerce and Santa Monica College for putting together, I think, a wonderful event. It was great to see so many people there. Also, if you didn't get a chance to see it, there's about a 6.5-minute video that highlights the city's accomplishments from the past year. If you didn't get a chance to see that, I encourage you to find it on the city's YouTube channel. Also wanted to report, and this was just something that I received today. This was kind of a surprise, but we received information from our friends at Departments of Beaches and Harbor that the westward portion of Zuma Beach has recently been designated as a Blue Flag Award. It is only one of 2 beaches in the continental U.S. that have been recognized with this prestigious Blue Flag Award. There is going to be a dedication ceremony and the official raising of the blue flag on May 25th at the Westward Beach at 2 p.m. The Blue Flag Awards for Westward Beach and also for Delray Beach in Florida are the first ever for any beaches in the United States. Internationally, the Blue Flag has been awarded to more than 5,000 beaches, marinas, and tourism boats from 50 different countries. I was not aware of this award, but I did a little research on it, and they are supported by an international organization that is dedicated to environmental education and information, environmental management, safety services, social responsibility, and responsible tourism. To be even considered for the award, Westward Beach had to meet more than 30 criteria related to those categories. So I think it fits in very well with some of the presentations that we've heard of the work that the city is doing, along with our partners with Beaches and Harbors, to try to ensure that we have clean and safe beaches for folks to visit that are also environmentally sensitive. So for more information on the Global Blue Flag program, you can go to blueflag.global or blueflag.us. And I'll be sending out information to the council on the events. I think most are aware that we had a little earthquake this morning. I've heard varying listings on what it came in at, but the original report was that it came out at a 3.4 earthquake, and it was centered near Las Flores Canyon, and it was just after 8 o'clock this morning. So we did not have any reports of any damage in the city or any damage into city's facilities, but just a good reminder that we do live with the constant threat and dangers of earthquakes. And just to remind folks that we do have information on the city website under malibu.city.org survival guide for step-by-step guidance on how you can get prepared for earthquakes and be best prepared. Also wanted to just report on a couple of the things that we have coming up for the May 22nd agenda. Of course, we have the proposed budget, general fund grants, and the work plan coming back in 2 weeks. We will also have the report to council on the library set-aside fees. And then we'll have 3 public hearings, as we typically do around this time of year, for the assessment districts for Big Rock Mesa, Malibu Road, and the Calle del Barco. Those are the main issues that we have coming up for May 22nd. And the other thing that I just wanted to report on, I know we had several speakers who raised the issue with the tower at the college campus there. It's actually through the county. So the city did send a correction letter to them. That was back at the end of May, early part of April. So the applicant, as the county is the applicant, now has 45 days to respond to that. We're waiting for that response. If we do not get a response from them, then we'll consider taking further actions at that point. And I'll keep the council up to date on what we're doing with that. And that is it for my report. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Doesn't look like there are any questions. Thank you for the report. We're going to hear from the Sheriff's Department.
Oh, I'm sorry, I neglected to introduce Sergeant Chris Soderlin from the Lost Hill Station. Chris, it's all yours.
Not a problem. I just wanted to talk about first what Steve McClary was talking about the 21 miles in Malibu screening at Bluffs Park. I had a chance to pre-screen the documentary, and it's outstanding. So if you have an opportunity to come, it's well worth your time. Myself and our traffic sergeant, Sergeant Jim Aarons, are going to be there at 7:30 to talk about traffic safety on PCH prior to the screening. So invite everybody to attend. This Saturday, the 13th at 9 a.m., our station is having its open house, its annual open house up at the station over the hill. That's at 9 a.m. to 2 p.m. We're going to have K-9 deputies, our Special Enforcement Bureau, which is our SWAT team, and their equipment is going to be out there. Our Mounted Enforcement Detail, Search and Rescue, a helicopter is going to be there. So this is going to be a good time for your family and for kids. So we're going to have a bunch of activities to do. So I invite everybody to attend that one. And then just to save the date, on June 10th is the Public Safety Expo here in Malibu, which will be behind this building in the back parking lot. So we'll be there as well. I have the April crime statistics for Malibu, and I'm happy to report that year-to-date change from last year, crime is down 23% for Part 1 crimes, which are the most serious crimes. That's homicide, robbery, assault, burglaries, thefts, arson, grand theft vehicles. So those are the most serious crimes, and that's down 23% year-to-date compared to last year. A couple notable incidents from last month. A Culver City resident was arrested for a commercial burglary which occurred at Cross Creek Road right here. The suspect entered the location and stole some items and exited without paying for them, and the deputies were able to locate that suspect nearby and arrest him. He also had 2 active warrants for his arrest for unrelated items. A transit from Los Angeles was arrested for residential burglary, which occurred the previous month on Pacific Coast Highway. Deputies were able to find him and also discovered he had 3 active felony warrants for his arrest for other matters. And finally, 2 residents of Bakersfield were arrested for possession of a stolen vehicle in the area of Carbon Beach and Pacific Coast Highway. The vehicle was stolen out of Fresno, and there was drug paraphernalia also found inside the vehicle. So I was just highlighting a couple of the great things the deputies are doing down here. With regards to the incident at the Getty Villa the other day, that area is just outside Lost Hills Sheriff's jurisdiction, so that's the LAPD West LA station that covers that area. But as soon as we got word of what happened, we immediately responded there, and our deputies escorted the bus and the students back to the campus here in Malibu and ensured that everybody got off the bus safely and were reunited with their family safely. We also took the lead in the investigation, even though it's LAPD's area of responsibility, but we took the lead. We authored a report and we conducted a joint threat assessment with LAPD at the suspect's residence, which is standard in all these types of incidents. We do not brush off anything. We take every incident seriously and we investigate it fully. And to that end, I just want to remind everybody that we have a full-time dedicated sergeant and 3 deputies assigned to the schools at Lost Hills Sheriff Station, so school safety is one of our top priorities. Finally, save the best for last here. On May 2nd, myself and the Malibu Special Assignment deputies, we conducted an operation to remove the UFO RV from PCH. The RV had amassed nearly 24 unpaid parking citations totaling over $4,000 in fines. Additionally, the owner had a van parked next to the RV with nearly 12 unpaid parking citations totaling over $1,000 in fines. And it was clear that it was a flagrant disregard for the laws and rules of Malibu. So we were able to impound both vehicles and they were removed from Malibu. Thank you for your time. If you have any questions, you can see me after.
Actually, does anybody have, are you willing to answer questions now if anybody has them? Yeah, thank you. Or comments?
I just want to say thank you very much. it's a lot of work, and you guys have done a great job. And Chris Frost calls me every morning and tells me about the moving the.
Oh, good.
So you're doing good.
He was out there, so.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Anybody else? Doug?
Yeah, just a quick comment. The UFO was one of the sticklers that we had, 355. I mean, all of them have nicknames, and you've taken them out one by one. We appreciate it very much. And I know when we first started doing the crime car in the middle of the night, you guys were picking up felony arrest and preventing crime throughout the city. We appreciate it very much, and thank you very much for everything you're doing. And good work with the school kids too. That was an excellent response.
I have a couple questions and comments. First of all, thank you for the work in getting rid of the RV and the van. I wonder if you could explain the Getty Villa situation, because I was confused trying to understand what happened with, there's an incident at the villa and the school is having a soft, what's the word?
Lockdown.
Lockdown. What was the relationship that we would have a lockdown in Malibu for something that was happening at the villa?
So it's still an active investigation, so I don't want to give out too much detail, but it's my understanding that the school initiated that on their own accord. So we didn't have anything to do with the soft lockdown.
Okay. And the 3 arrests that you discussed, and that's great that they all occurred, are those people being held in custody and are going to be tried, or are these arrest them and let them catch and release type things?
I'll have to get back to you on that, but generally these are very serious crimes, so they are probably still in custody, but I will get back to you on the specifics.
I'd appreciate that. Thank
Yes.
you. And thank you for all the work you're doing.
Thank you.
Looks like Paul has a question or a comment.
Chris, I just wanted to say, if you keep up at this pace, pretty soon I will be getting like half as many emails, and I really would appreciate that. Thank you.
So just forward them all to me.
Thank you. Thanks again. Okay, that brings us to City Council Subcommittee reports, Mayor and Council Member meeting attendance reports and inquiries. Who would like to go first?
I'll go.
Okay, Paul.
Okay, like many people, the last 2 weeks have been kind of busy. We had the opening, the ribbon cutting at Santa Monica College that was very well attended by the community and also by members of the council. We also had the State of the City event that was held again at Santa Monica City College. A great location for something like that. Very wonderful. Everybody did a great job. And then there was a mixer the next day where we could meet privately or semi-privately with Sheriff Luna and Ben Allen, and really appreciate their attendance and their kindness in talking to us. So, and I may have done something else, but that's what top of mind is.
You were at the synagogue and community center opening too.
You know what? I was. Thank you so much, Bruce. And you were there too.
Yes. That's how I know you were there.
So the synagogue had their groundbreaking, which isn't quite a groundbreaking because they're still waiting on a permit. And we're going to continue to help them towards having that in hand so they can have an actual groundbreaking with actual ground, not just sand that they brought in for pictures.
Okay, thank you. Doug, it looks like you were going for your microphone.
All right. Yeah, I was there as well, and it was a sand turning, and hopefully we can get those permits for them sooner rather than later. They've been waiting a long time. Quickly for my review, I think one of the things I want to talk about is the budget process and what we're doing relative to the budget. We had A&F meeting where we did a preliminary review of the budget, as well as the grants that you'll see in the city council budget at, I believe it's the 22nd. Over $500,000 worth of requests, and we had $200,000 to distribute. I cannot tell you how moving it was to hear all the wonderful things people are doing and proposing to do for the city. It was hard to figure out where the money would be best utilized, but we'll try and do as well as we could with that. Also, I think I want to mention two things that are very important relative to public safety. One of the things we didn't really talk about very much in the budget process is the move of how much we're increasing the budget for the Sheriff's Department this year this coming year versus this year. It's about a 30% increase. Coincides with the establishment of the substation and the greater coverage we're going to have with that and force multiplier. So just like the school safety issues, we are applying an effort to try and have more coverage, and I look forward to seeing the school safety report that's coming up. I also attended the State of the City and the reception there shortly thereafter. I think we have to be very impressed by the positives that came out of all that. You know, it's really easy to sit here and talk about the things that need to be improved or what's wrong, but when you hear the State of the City, you realize how many wonderful things we've accomplished, and I appreciate the positive tone that the mayor had, Captain C2, Supervisor Horvath, and then later on when we met with Sheriff Luna and Jackie Irwin and Ben Allen. You know, we're well represented outside our city, and these people are very supportive, and we're accomplishing a lot of good things with it. So stick with us. Hopefully we have a lot of things to report in the future that are positive. Let's see, on the other thing I want to mention, I was asked to add my name, as I think many others were, to the letter about fentanyl control at the state legislature. It's a hearing that's taking place. The League of Cities asked us to do that. It's very important that we look into it. It's not an issue that gets a lot of topic perhaps in our town, but the fentanyl epidemic is horrendous throughout the country and in California. And the more we do to highlight that and try and stop it, the better off we are. Now, I want to ask if we could add an item to a future agenda. And this really is coming from, I think, the experience we just had with Norm Haney's Seaview Hotel. And that is the fact that we probably need to address how we handle low-income visitor servicing facilities. And I talked to Trevor about this. I'm not going to be as eloquent as I should be on what I'm going to propose here, but I think I would like to ask at a date to be determined that the city staff come back with a review and a recommendation about the mitigation fee. I think if we look back on the Seaview issue, we did what this local coastal plan allowed us to do, and it was about a $110,000 mitigation fee. Coastal Commission takes a look at it and says, wait a minute, it's not $110,000 for 8 rooms, it's $110,000 for each room. And they had their own formula for it. And if we're going to have this kind of money being allocated toward low-income visitor services, which is compliant to our local coastal plan, then we need to look at having the appropriate amount of money being raised for that and consistent with what coastal is recommending. Also, it would be wise for us to have a plan for how we're going to handle local coastal visitors services. I think that's one of the issues that came up from coastal in this, as well as when the Kremer property came up. We don't have a program or a plan to address this, and in effect it's being outsourced to the MRCA. So we need to have a provision about what we're going to do about it. I'm not saying we have a plan yet, but we ought to be listening to what our options are. And I'd like to ask if we can have another council member agree to put this on the agenda.
Well, Doug, I'll second your request for that. I actually, when we first heard of what was happening at Coastal with the Seaview Hotel, I had suggested that publicly as well, that we consider amending LCP to both increase the mitigation fee as well as, rather than give the developer an option to choose whether to provide low-cost accommodations in the facility or pay some money, actually require them to have give us the option of deciding which it should be, not give the developer the option, not let them off the hook unless we choose to. So I'd support a discussion of all of those things.
And I think it's too soon to call what we might want to do, but I think it's important for us to demonstrate to the Coastal Commission and others that we have a plan in place and we are going to actively respond to it when the opportunity comes along.
So we actually need at least 3 people to get a consensus on having that come back as a formal item. Does someone else support that?
I agree.
Okay, Mary Ann. Steve and Paul, what do you think?
I just have a comment, if I can do that. Okay. And let me see.
Let's leave it to whether what we're gonna decide, what we're gonna hear, and whether we're gonna hear it, as opposed to actually talking about the merits.
I'm just talking about the proposal to do this. We've got a work plan coming up here in the next month, okay? And right now, we've got a bunch of stuff on our agenda. We got the jihad, we've got short-term rentals, we've got Picasso, we've got all, okay. And all I'm suggesting is to keep putting stuff on the staff's plate without some sense of priorities. We're supposed to be making things better, not making things worse. So my suggestion is that, and I don't have a problem doing what you're suggesting. I mean, I do think we have to have a plan of how to do that. But my suggestion is we should incorporate that into the work plan we've got going on and make sure we've got a priority list set up so that we know what the hell we're doing. And we get done, we've picked the topics that are going to have the biggest impact on the community. So that's all I'm saying. I agree with you, but let's put it in the work plan and do it like we're supposed to.
Paul, what are your thoughts?
I am in favor of agendizing, having a discussion about it. So it's unfair of us to have a discussion about it without it being agendized so members of the public will know what's happening.
So it sounds like at some point in the not too distant future, but it doesn't have to be expedited, we should have that discussion on the agenda. Okay. Go ahead, Doug, continue.
Well, I was just going to add, I agree with Steve. I think at the work plan, that should definitely be one of the items that's on the topic of discussion that day.
You want to finish?
Very good. Last thing I want to mention on the budget, I forgot to look at my notes here. I think there's also important, I think Pamela York and some other people mentioned about having a parks plan and a community center plan. That's in the budget proposal as well, to have the money to actually conduct that plan and start building a consensus. And this time not to talk about it, but actually get the process started for the next fiscal year. That's all I have. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Doug. Marianne?
Thank you. So I also attended the State of the City. I thought the mayor did a great job, and all the other speakers. I think we're very, very lucky and fortunate to live in such a wonderful area and to have the opportunities that we have because of the great work of previous councils and previous administrations. So thank you to them. I attended the Southern California Association of Governments conference last week, and the topic of sustainability, of electrical, of making our grid all electric and electric vehicles, and very much was on top of the topics there. So I'm excited about what things are going to be coming in the future and things for that our local Southern California governments are working on, and it's nice to talk with other council members and agencies to see what they're doing and, about similar issues that we're having. I wanted to thank Pamela for bringing attention to mental health. I think it is something that everybody needs to think about on a daily basis, and think about your friends, your neighbors, your family, and yourself when you're thinking about mental health. So make sure you take some time to a little self-love. I wanted to thank Jake and Heather and also to the sheriff for highlighting the issue, and then also the great response. I really appreciate that you guys took the lead on that and made sure that our students are safe and got back to the school area and got back to their parents. And I feel confident in our sheriff's department having the lead on that. I know how much you guys care for our community. I wanted to also let state parks know that there are a whole host of volunteers that are ready and able to pull weeds out at the headlands. I know I took part in a day where we went out and did some trail cleanup and did some weed pulling last year, and just send an email to me at mriggins@malibucity.org, and I would be happy to pass it on to the leader of the group and get those organized again. We know how important it is and how much hard work is needed to keep those areas clean. With the earthquake this morning, a little gentle reminder, everybody, make sure that you have your bags prepared, you have medications, you have fuel in your vehicles, and you're ready for whatever natural disaster is going to befall Malibu. It's not if, it is when. So please be prepared and look out for your neighbors that maybe need some additional help and assistance on those things. And I was just also going to say the same thing Doug mentioned about the vacant land. It's definitely a top priority for me, so it's going to be something that we're going to be working on and doing community outreach to see what the community wants on those various parcels and how we can get those in use for our residents. So, thank you.
Thank you, Marianne. Steve?
Okay, thank you very much. I'll try not to repeat the stuff that other members have said. I spent some time with Cal Strategies. We have our Monday morning meetings, and they're helping us to work our way through Sacramento, which is helping very much. I had a number of calls with residents dealing with some of the issues that are coming up, including the movie, Malibu Film Society. I think the residents should understand that and it wasn't me, I think it was Bruce and Paul, put together a task force or subcommittee to deal with safety at the schools, right? I mean, so there has been an ongoing process to see what we can do to make the schools safe for our children. So we have not ignored that, and that is a high priority here for the city council. Jefferson, just so you know, I got a call or an email today from Jimmy Talal. Okay, so she is writing up the issue. She had an interview with Craig Hill. It's going to end up in the newspapers this week. And I think what's going to happen is our legal team has really got to do some investigation and let us know what the heck happened and what we're going to do about it. So we're not being ignored, but I think it's just slow moving forward. So Lori Harold from State Parks, thank you very, very much for stopping with the roundup. I mean, I love state parks. I got the yearly passes that I go, hiking through you guys. So you do a good job, but I don't know how we got to round up at the headlands, but I'm glad we're stopping that. And let me just give you a suggestion, and it sort of ties in with what Mary Ann said. I'm on the Santa Monica Bay Restoration Commission, and some groups in that organization are doing dune restoration at Suma Beach and down at Manhattan Beach and down by the airport. And what they do is they bring in all these high school kids, right? They invite groups to come in with their parents, and the kids come in and help pull out the weeds, help plant the new native plants on the dunes to help us restore those. And it's good. It gets the job done. It's also an educational experience for the children. So as you think about different ways to do that, there may be some options that you can use that will be no poisons involved, and we can actually help get the community, help us keep that place as pristine as we can. Tim Para from MRCA. I guess you mentioned that you had some rangers up at the Escondido entrance over the weekend. I'm just wondering if you're going to do that for the next couple of weeks, because we have had a lot of complaints with the amount of traffic going on up there and the parking on PCH and whatever's going on with that. So I'm hoping you'll continue those rangers up there until we get that process under control and make everybody's life a little easier. One last one, and this goes back to something Mary Ann brought up a couple weeks ago. The accusations, and I'm not, of Skylar Peak doing work for people that he voted on to city council, just hasn't died. I mean, it's been on KBUU, it's been in the newspapers, it's been all over social media, and I have no evidence that Skylar's done anything wrong, all right? However, what it is, I went through 3 ethics courses as a result of some of the other organizations I'm involved with, and in each one of those courses, they said perception is a major component, right? If people think, if they got the impression there's something wrong going on, that will stick with them. And I think what we've got going on right now is at least an impression in the community that maybe we're not doing everything as right as we should. So what I'm going to do, and hopefully working with Trevor, Trevor and I are going to try and sit down and come up with a code of ethics for the Planning Commission that basically will cover, the interactions at the commission table and maybe some items in terms of what you can do after you vote on a topic, whether you can go out and actually work with that person in that project sometime in the future. So maybe let Trevor and I sort of go through that. Once we get something drafted up, we'll bring it back and the council can take a look at it. Is that okay with you, Trevor?
If you want to bring it forward, we should get a consensus to put on the future agenda, but I'm happy to help put together.
Okay, can we get it the rest of the council think that's something we should take a look at?
Well, I just have a question. Don't they have a training coming up that's going to discuss not only the Brown Act, but
yes, we do
some
have a
other
training scheduled
items?
for May 31st is scheduled to occur.
So perhaps we should let staff handle it at that time?
It's a different topic. This is not a Brown Act violation. This is an ethics concept. This says here's how we should be here is how we should be handling ourselves in these commissions. Here's the image we should be presenting to the community, and I think that's an important thing going on right now.
Can I suggest, I don't think we're going to get a consensus tonight to bring that as an agendized item, but everyone's entitled to a council member proposal when and if they have one. And if you want to work with Trevor or anyone else to try to develop a proposal to bring, you then have the right to bring that forward.
Yeah, I think that's an important issue, so I'm going to keep chasing that one.
I'm not opposed to it. I think that, yes, we should have some clear guidelines so that everybody knows exactly what is expected of every particular appointee and council members. I will say I'm a little surprised that's not already codified in our, now that we've been a city for so many years.
There is a planning commission resolution that has a number of guidelines. I think the mayor pro tem is suggesting an update to those and the addition of additional provisions.
Yep. I want to avoid the conversations that Skylar's got himself involved with. I just don't think they're good for the community.
Well, I would take issue that Skylar has gotten himself involved in this and that it's not others.
Look, I would rather not see Skylar's name in the newspaper with this topic.
All right, this is the time for reports and not for discussion. So Steve, let's just finish your report.
That's all I got.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so I want to thank the public speakers. I'll have some comments about some of the comments that were made tonight, as well as those who submitted some written comments. Last week, like others, I attended and spoke at I attended, like others, the State of the City event. I spoke at the event. There were excellent presentations by, among others, County Supervisor Lindsay Horvath and LA County Sheriff's Captain Jennifer Situ. They were both outstanding. I was sandwiched between them, and they were great. There were also great remarks by our city manager, Steve McClary, and an informative video that was produced by the city staff, which I assume is available to be seen online. I attended the gathering the following evening, heard and spoke with Sheriff Luna, Assembly Member Irwin, and Senator Allen. I continue to communicate with Supervisor Horvath on a pretty much weekly basis about matters before the Board of Supervisors that affect our city. I met last week with the mayor of Santa Clarita. At his request, he wanted to speak about issues involving affordable housing and the unhoused population. They're facing a lot of the same issues we're facing. He wanted to see just compare notes and see what could be done. And in fact, after that, two council members from Newport Beach reached out to me and also wanted to speak about the same subjects, and I'm going to be speaking to them this week. On Friday afternoon, I attended the, I guess you call it the sand moving for the Malibu Jewish Center and Synagogue. Over the past 2 weeks, I have worked with Scott Talal and other representatives of the Malibu Film Society to finalize the proposal that is item 7A on the agenda this evening, so we'll be talking about that later. Last week, like with Doug, I participated in the A&F committee meeting. Doug already described that, so I won't repeat what he had to say. But I'll tell you, before that meeting, I spent an entire afternoon pouring through a large notebook that contained the grant applications, and it was time well spent. I learned a lot, and then got to hear from the applicants who spoke. And of course, Steve and I continue to participate weekly in meetings with Cal Strat. The comments tonight, I'm not going to address everyone, and that's only because it would take too long. But I agree with the comments that have been made already in response to Pamela Ulick. When the city bought the vacant properties, it promised the residents a robust process for determining what should be done with those properties for the benefit of the community. That process has not even begun 4 years later, so it's time for that to begin and be concluded. The comments about the GAD, I thought that we already had agreed that we were going to bring that back as an agendized item sometime in the not too distant future. There may or may not be anything we can do about it, but we're going to have a discussion about it. Is that correct?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, staff is working on that report. I don't have a date yet where I can let you know for certain when we'll be bringing that back, but we are working on that as fast as we can.
Great. School safety, as somebody mentioned, it might have been Steve, I had proposed that we have this school safety assessment. I think Paul and I co-sponsored that almost a year ago now, and I had wanted it, and I think Paul had wanted it to be concluded before school was back in session this year. So here we are, graduation, and we're waiting for the report. We were pushing to move forward. The school district has more red tape than we do and slowed it down. So yet another reason why school separation is in order. We're smaller and we can be more nimble, but we're saddled with a larger bureaucracy. So we are where we are. The comment by Jake Lingo about wanting armed security, you know, that's something that will be considered. There were a number of residents who spoke strongly against that when we had this up for discussion last year. It's a very mixed item. There's a lot of emotion. I don't know if Malibu's up for taking on the question of whether there should or shouldn't be gun control, which, you know, that's an issue that seems to be avoided at the national level. I don't know what ability we have, if any, at our local level, but maybe that's something we should think about. The communications tower, I'm hoping we can do something about that. It is a monstrosity, and it's an obvious profit opportunity that wasn't approved by the city. I'm glad to hear that State Parks has responded to our community's outcry against the use of Roundup. And, you know, Steve had suggested 2 weeks ago that people just go out there and use their hands and pull weeds, and it sounds like they've taken him up on that. So that's great. Last comment I'm going to make is we all received a letter this past week from Norm Haney and heard again from him tonight, advocating that we place the proposed LCPA required to proceed with his hotel project back on the agenda as if we hadn't already heard it and voiced our 4-1, wasn't unanimous, but decision as to what to do. I understand, and as I understand it, Norm's not been pursuing what we told him to do. He's pursuing other efforts to get this back reheard. If I'm mistaken, that's not what I've been told, though. But in any event, I understand that Norm and his lawyer have been lobbying the city staff and other members of city council to give him another shot at approval of the proposed LCPA, which we already heard. This is troubling to me, as again, we heard and voted on the matter at the last meeting. We had a hearing. We provided Norm with guidance as to how he might go about getting the matter back on the agenda. Excuse me, Norm, this is not the time for you to speak. And what we told him was not that he should privately lobby for a rehearing. Because of the Brown Act, I can only know what Norm has said to one other council member, and I can only know that if the other council member has not communicated with other council members about the subject. That raises both a specific issue and a general issue. The specific issue is that I am hoping in the future we might use the public comment opportunity to learn what each other are being told by members of the public and what members of the public are advocating to us, because, you know, one person can speak to 5 council members, but the council members don't know what's going on. The only time we ever get to speak to each other is at this podium during an agendized meeting. I don't think it's appropriate that people get to stack the deck behind the scenes and then come forward as if it's a first thing public meeting. I think that violates the spirit, if not the letter, of the Brown Act. But in any event, the council gave Norm guidance as to what he needs to do to get back on the agenda. I didn't hear anything tonight about him working on that. I just heard that he has information he wants to share with us, and he had that opportunity. So I hope Norm will take our guidance to heart and work on what we had proposed, rather than ask us to simply reconsider our decision. So with that, we'll move on to the consent calendar. Has anybody from the public pulled any matters from the consent calendar? No.
No matters have been pulled by the members of the public.
Okay, does any member of council wish to pull something?
I just need to abstain from B3. It's approval of minutes for a meeting we did not attend. I did not attend.
Okay. Is that the same for you, Marianne? Or
I reviewed the meeting, so
okay.
I'm prepared to.
Can I get a motion to approve the, Yeah, can I get a motion to approve the consent calendar excluding, noting Doug's abstention from 3B3?
I'll make that motion.
I'll second it.
Is there any discussion? Okay, can we get a roll call, please?
Councilmember Riggins?
Yes.
Councilmember Grisanti?
Yes.
Councilmember Stewart?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Euring?
Yes.
Mayor Silverstein?
Yes.
Motion carries.
Okay, the 4A was continued. We have three items of new business and a council member item. Does anybody wish to take a break or do you want to barrel through? Okay, let's move on. 6A, we will now hear 6A, letter in opposition to Los Angeles County Board of Supervisors' motion to take actionable steps to depopulate and decarcerate the Los Angeles County jails. Please raise your hand on Zoom if you'd like to speak on this item, and you'll be called after the staff report and the in-person speakers if there are any. Although I wasn't handed any cards, I don't know if, are there any speakers that I'll get? Not for this item. Okay, so can we have a staff report, please?
Sure. Good evening, Mayor and Council. So the Los Angeles County Board of Supervisor Hilda Solis and Lindsay Horvath had an item scheduled for the April 4th Board of Supervisors meeting that recommended a number of actions to assist in reducing the number of inmates at the county jails. However, due to a number of numerous communications from cities and stakeholders in opposition to the motion, Lindsay Horvath pulled the item. Now, however, we do think it's likely that it will be brought back. The motion included a number of recommendations that could impact the city of Malibu and surrounding areas by releasing inmates through such things as expansion of early release programs, reduction or elimination of certain bail amounts, establishment of a mandatory cite and release rule for suspects with bail amounts less than $50,000, expansion of pretrial diversion programs to cover a wider range of offenses. And so while, we recognize there's broad recognition that the county needs to address the overcrowding in the jails, and they have a number of consent decrees that they must comply with. However, I think the main objection is that there didn't seem to be any effort to reach out to the cities and communities that would be impacted by the release of inmates. So it was recommended that the council consider sending a letter to the supervisors asking them to get some input from the cities before bringing this back to the Board of Supervisors. And that concludes my report. Let me know if you have any questions.
Yeah, may I ask, who recommended that we send this letter?
I think it was just being brought forth as an option from what I understand. I don't know if Steve can comment further on that.
Well, maybe I misunderstood. I thought you just said somebody recommended that we do this. Did I misunderstand?
It was suggested that it was suggested to me to bring it forward as something to consider sending.
Okay, is that you, Steve?
I'm happy to expand on that. So this has got quite a bit of discussion at the Council of Governments. And as a result, a number of the cities were weighing in on it, and that was why we brought it forward.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions before we go to, well, we don't have public comment, so let's just confirm that again. Is there any public comment? No, so we'll close public comment and take us to council. Anybody have anything to say or move?
I was under the impression that you had drafted the letter that shows up as attachment 3. Is it?
Yeah. No, that's not accurate.
Okay.
I saw it for the first time when we got the report.
Okay. What do you think the most effective way to convey our message to Supervisor Horvath and the rest of the board is?
Yeah, my view on this one is we are going to be far less impacted, if at all, by this than many other communities are. And many other communities are opposing this, already have, which is why it was at least taken off temporarily from the Board of Supervisors calendar. Supervisor Horvath has has been working to work with us. And she won't necessarily be able to accomplish everything she tries, but she's listening to us and she's trying to work with us. And she's committed not to be doing things that are going to affect us without speaking to us at least first. I have a good relationship with her. I think others on this council do. I'd prefer for this one to simply speak privately about the fact that the city's not supportive of this, but let other cities carry the water. We've got important things that affect us directly, more specifically that we write about. And in fact, we're going to be talking about one in a few minutes. And I prefer to not do this one, but that's just my personal view.
I would think that if they decide to go ahead with this plan, Sergeant Soderlund's going to have a heck of a lot more work here in Malibu, and his compatriots around the county are, because a lot of if you kick career criminals out of jail, they go back to work. So I think that decarceration is a very bad idea, but I was impressed by Supervisor Horvath's attitude, both at the State of the City and afterwards, and you know, she's got me convinced that she's listening, so that's great.
Doug?
Yeah, I think the idea that the county has got all these problems with its incarceration system it's clear, it's evident, it's got to be addressed. But releasing people, as this proposal covers, I think it's a bad idea because of, as Paul mentioned, it's just going to put the career criminals back on the street. I do agree that, especially you, Mayor, have gotten a very good relationship with the supervisor, but I think we also have to put the message to the other 4 supervisors that we're against this. And while it may be addressed to Supervisor Horvath, and I believe it's the other supervisor, it's only to Lindsay Horvath, I do think it would be appropriate to send it in so that we're on record to the other 4 that we're not in favor of this.
Any other comments? Mary Ann?
I would agree. I think it's a good idea that we go on record, that we don't support the decarceration and depopulation of the jails in this manner, and that there's an opportunity for local jurisdictions to get involved in the conversation, not just at the high level at the county supervisors.
Steve?
Yeah, I spoke to Supervisor Horvath at the Santa Monica, or the college event they had a couple of weeks ago, and my comment to her was, look, we're opposed to this. You're going to have to do what you want to do, all right? But if we have to, we'll say we don't agree with this. And she said, look, like you said, she's going to communicate with us whatever her final decision is going to be, so at least we'll be in the loop of doing that. So I think going on the record is not a bad idea.
Okay, just my last comment. I see where this is going, because I don't want anyone to think that I support this. In fact, I'm very opposed to it. My only point was that we've got so much coin, and we need to use it more we used to use it carefully. When we meet with Cal Strat, we often make decisions not to take positions or to lobby for things that we want, because we recognize many others with louder voices and larger voices are already carrying that water for us, and we might as well pick our punches. And it seemed to me that although this is not even a jab, it's not one that we need to be doing. But if we'll have a vote, if the decision is going to be to send it, I'll sign the letter and we'll send it. So is there a motion?
Bruce, I'll make a motion.
Well, let's get the motion first. There's a motion. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Paul, go ahead.
I think probably maybe the tone of the letter should be more thanking them for removing it from the agenda for the previous meeting, and let them know that, we really appreciate you removing it. We think it's a step in the right direction, and we look forward to working with you in the future.
Yeah, and welcome the opportunity to speak about it.
Yeah.
I like that.
I'll accept that.
If I'm the one who made the second on record, I'll accept it as well.
So it sounds like we have a motion and a second to send a letter, but not the letter that is attached to the agenda, and one which is along the lines outlined by by Paul. Okay.
To the approval of the mayor, do you want to proof it?
Sure, is it okay if I'll approve the final version?
That's fine with me.
Yeah. All right, can we get a roll call on that?
Councilmember Riggins?
Yes.
Councilmember Stewart?
Yes.
Councilmember Grisanti?
Yes.
From Mayor Pro Tem Euring?
Yes.
Mayor Silverstein?
Yes.
Motion carries.
Thank you. All right, next is item 6B, letter in opposition to rotating Los Angeles County Sheriff's deputies to other stations at least every 5 years. Again, if you're on Zoom, please raise your hand if you'd like to speak on this item, and you'll be called. Looks like we have no public speakers here, so after the staff report. Can we have a staff report, please?
Yes. So at the March 3rd, 2023 Los Angeles County Sheriff's Civilian Oversight Commission approved the report and recommendations of the Special Counsel regarding deputy gangs and deputy cliques in the LA County Sheriff's Department. The report includes 27 wide-ranging reforms for the Sheriff's Department, including one recommendation to consider rotating all deputies in periodic rotations no longer than every 5 years or sooner to other stations. However, automatically rotating deputies every 5 years would have a negative impact on the city of Malibu and many other communities. Law enforcement efforts are strengthened by continuity of knowledge, relationships that are built within the community. And I can personally attest to that. I've worked with law enforcement agencies and local communities my whole career, and this is absolutely the truth when it comes to that. In addition, during a disaster such as the Woolsey fire, knowledge of the community, the roads, and the neighborhoods is critical for an effective response. So while we recognize rotating deputies is useful for breaking up deputy gangs, there are 26 other recommendations that are also very good in there, many of which focus on leadership, supervision, and accountability. These other recommendations will likely have a very positive impact on turning the tide on the issue and will avoid disrupting the positive benefits of developing long-term relationships with our law enforcement partners. So since all these recommendations are for the sheriff, and since it was also suggested in that report that the sheriff provide a report back to the Civilian Oversight Commission on the perception of the viability and likelihood of success of a rotational plan, it's recommended that the council authorize the mayor to send a letter to the sheriff urging him to reject that particular recommendation and encouraging him to pursue the other recommendations. And that concludes my report.
Okay, before we take comment, are there any questions? Okay, are there any public speakers?
There was one raised hand and they just put it down. Oh, there's one raised hand, Rudy Bermudez.
Yes, good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is Rudy Bermudez. I'm speaking on behalf of ALADS, the Association for Los Angeles Deputy Sheriffs. I believe that this item that you have on your agenda is extremely important to your city and its residents. It's been 5 years since the horrific 2018 Woolsey fire, and nobody knows it better than the cities within the Santa Monica Mountain region that suffered this horrific fire, wildfire. And what we've experienced, that rotation of deputies into an area where they have absolutely no expertise or knowledge of the terrain, the residents, and the overall community, creates a safety issue, especially during times of emergency, where evacuations, times of the essence. And nobody knows it better than Malibu and your surrounding neighboring cities. These are not uncommon for other areas either throughout the county. You share the same vulnerability to wildfires as La Cañada Flint Ridge and the mountains and incorporated areas around that city, as well as the cities of San Dimas, Damanbar, and Walnut that also are vulnerable to wildfires. We believe that the rotation of deputies will erode the community-based policing that comes after years of building relationships with the community and the community with the deputies, and that trust would just be eroded immediately if new deputies were constantly cycling in and out every 5 years. It also exacerbates the high vacancy rate that's throughout the county, and we would much rather have the Citizen Advisory Committee focus on really the needs of the county and its residents, like filling the tremendous vacancy rate with new deputies and bringing in more deputies for recruitment. I'd like to thank you very much, and Jeff Monaco and I are here to answer any questions that you may have, but we would like to thank you and for this opportunity to speak with you and be a resource to the city and its staff and the council. So thank you very much for this opportunity.
Thank you, Rudy. Are there any other public speakers?
Those are all the raised hands.
Okay, so that'll conclude public comment. That brings us back to council for comments, discussion, and if appropriate, a motion. Doug?
I'd like to point out a couple of things on this. First off, I'm against the idea of rotating the deputies for Malibu. I realize that the purpose of this is to address problems that other cities have, especially in the gang area, potential sheriff department gang cliques. But this is not the way to solve it, especially for Malibu. And it only takes a few minutes for some of us that have worked with law enforcement to realize how important these connections are, because you start naming off the deputies that we know. Mike Trinan is probably the classic of all. Everybody knew Mike Trinan. But you also have Kelly. You've got Espinoza. You start realizing that these people become institutionalized in our community, and they're critical to the infrastructure of how we do law enforcement. They not only know who we are, but they also know where we are. And in moments like the Woolsey fire, it was critical to have this body of knowledge available to the people that were coming in from out of the community. Now, there's another aspect of this that when I reread the letter again on this, and I agree with Susan, I think there's 25 other positive characteristics of this proposal that are very effective, but this one is not. And unfortunately, under Measure A, and this is what I've been told by the sheriff's deputies, under Measure A, the commission makes a recommendation and the sheriff has to follow it. This is not voluntary for him. He has to carry these forward as required under this Measure A, which is, you can call it the Villanueva Revenge Act or whatever it might be. But it means that he's got to come back and follow this recommendation unless we can prove that it's not acceptable to the cities and to the best interest of the sheriff's department. So I recommend we put this letter forward, and Susan and the others, if there's anything we can do to help promote this being turned around, I would appreciate it. So I'll make a motion to approve.
I'll second, and I'd love to comment briefly. I'm going to disclose that I had a conversation with Rudy earlier today, and when I first found out that he was from ALADS, I thought, boy, we're going to get some input here. And he was calling to support us passing this, and it really, I feel comfortable that this is the right thing to do, and if Sheriff Luna has difficulty getting it through, then he has difficulty, but he's going to try. And I sincerely believe that Sheriff Luna was the right choice for everyone, and I think that he's going to do a great job, and we ought to try to give him every tool he needs.
Yeah, I'd like to propose a friendly amendment, and before I do that, I'll say I also got a call this afternoon. In fact, I normally don't pick up phone calls if I don't recognize the number or there's no name attached that I'm familiar with, but since it was a local number, I took a shot, and knowing we have a meeting tonight, and I was glad I did, because it was also, I think it was Rudy. It was somebody from ALAS, and I think it was Rudy. And he provided a lot of helpful information to me. Before speaking with him, I was in favor of proposing that rotating's fine, but it shouldn't be here. You know, only rotate where necessary. One size fits all doesn't work. And what he said in response, which made a lot of sense to me, was he says, one, you don't want bad people coming here because rotating elsewhere may result in that. And two, or I shouldn't say bad people, troublemakers, problem deputies. And two, if we do get somebody, even though we're not having a forced rotation, we've got too many people and we have to rotate somebody out to accommodate somebody coming in. So that made a lot of sense to me. He had other explanations as well. And in fact, I encouraged him to call in tonight and speak, because he said we hadn't asked him to come. I said, well, I'm asking you, so please do. I also, last week when this first came out, I wanted to make sure that we weren't going to get crosswise with our local sheriff's station. So I called the captain, and she's not empowered to take a position formally on this, but I was comfortable after speaking with her that this letter was an appropriate thing for us to do. One thing she did point out to me was the Lost Hills station is a family station. The deputies, for the most part, live in or around this area, so it's not simply that they're familiar with our population from serving our population. They're familiar with it because they live in or around this area. They come here for recreation, and who better to have serving you than your neighbors? We don't have problems with cliques, much less gangs here, and if we did, I'm sure Captain Sutu would not stand for it. So the friendly amendment I'd like to propose is that we address the letter both to the Board of Supervisors and the Sheriff, since they are jointly involved in making the decision, and I believe this is a committee of the Board of Supervisors, so rather than simply put it on the Sheriff, let the Board of Supervisors know where we stand as well. Will you accept that?
I'll accept that. I think it might be a good idea to add the Sheriff's Oversight Commission to it as well. That's it.
As an addressee or as a copy?
I think that's the one that made the recommendation, so I would say addressee.
Paul, will you accept that?
I'll accept that.
Okay. Mary Ann, Steve? Yeah, no problem. Do you have comments? No? Okay, let's get a roll call, please.
Councilmember Stewart?
Yes.
Councilmember Grisanti?
Yes.
Councilmember Riggins?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Euring?
Yes.
Mayor Silverstein?
Yes.
Motion carries.
Great. Okay, item 6C, Malibu Arts Association Art Show Event Series Fee Waiver. Again, if you're on Zoom and you wish to speak, please raise your hand. And we don't have any cards here for in-person speakers, so you'll be heard after the staff report. Who's providing the staff report for this one?
Hi, good evening, Mayor Silverstein and honorable members of City Council. The item before you is a request from the Malibu Arts Association to waive the permitting, facility use, and staffing costs for the art show events series at Legacy Park. Since 2021, Council has approved fee waivers for this association, who have conducted 6 art shows at the park. The shows feature 6 to 12 artists, and the money raised helps support student scholarships and book purchases for the Malibu Library. The Malibu Arts Association provided staff with a brief summary of their organization's financial balance sheet, which includes membership income of about $1,700, expenditures at about $1,400, and leaving a balance of about $300 in their account. Malibu Arts Association has submitted a facility use application to host 5 shows from May 2023 to September 2023. The fee waiver request for fiscal year 22-23 is about $2,500 and about $3,400 for fiscal year 23-24. I believe Barbara Freund from the Arts Association is on Zoom if you have any questions for her. And this concludes my report, and happy to answer any questions.
Are there any questions before we go to comments? Okay, are there any public speakers? Does Barbara want to speak on Zoom? Or is she just available to answer questions?
She told me she's just available to answer questions, but be happy to talk if you need her to.
Okay. This one seems to be a no-brainer to me. I'll make a motion that we approve the recommendation.
I'll second.
Is there any discussion? Can we have a roll call, please?
My apologies. We were attending to a little side business. Let me pull that back up. Councilmember Stewart?
Yes, although I believe Mayor made the motion.
We can do it in any order. Doesn't really matter.
Councilmember Grisanti?
Again, I think Steve went second, but I
Sorry.
Sorry. Yes.
Councilmember Stewart? I am completely messing up with my order here. Let's start again. Councilmember Riggins?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Euring?
Yes.
Councilmember Grisanti?
Yes.
Councilmember Stewart?
Yes.
Mayor Silverstein?
I'll throw in a yes, too.
Okay.
Motion carries.
Thank you.
My apologies.
No problem.
7A is the only thing.
Mr. Mayor?
All right,
Can
7A.
I get 5-minute break?
Yes.
Okay, we have a request for a 5-minute break, so we'll have a 5-minute break, 9:15.
Everyone's grateful to you, Steve. What? Everyone's grateful to you.
Okay, we're back. Last item for the evening, clarified interpretation, 7A, clarified interpretation of section 17.02.060 of the Malibu Municipal Code and grant support for the Malibu Film Society to fund free membership / admission by Malibu residents. Again, on Zoom, please raise your hand if you'd like to speak on this item. You'll be called after the in-person speakers, except I understand there's been a request by people from the Malibu Film Society to do this in a specific order, which is perfectly fine with me. So when we get to the public comment, I understand that the acting clerk will know the order in which to call people. So do we have a staff report on this?
Steve, Rob prepared the report. I wasn't part of this one. I'm here to answer any questions. So, Mr. Mayor, as this was put on the request of yourself and Councilmember Paul Grisante, we did not really have a staff report prepared for this. Myself, City Attorney, and Planning Director are prepared to answer any questions that you may have.
Okay. Well, rather than provide a report, which has already been done in writing, we'll go to public comment because Scott can explain it in any event. I'm sure he's planning to do that, and he's the first person on the list. So public comment will begin with Scott, and then I understand that there's going to be someone or two on Zoom that are going to speak before we get back to the public again. Scott, you want to go first?
As the executive director of the Malibu Film Society, I got to tell you my initial reaction to this proposal was complete panic. Offering free admission to Malibu residents could quickly bankrupt our 501c3 nonprofit with huge combined losses in membership and ticket revenue, along with significantly increased operating costs. But then I remembered why we started the Film Society. The whole idea here has been to use movies as a way to bring the community together on a regular basis. Once the mayor and the former mayor helped us figure out how to broaden the program and still stay afloat financially, we were totally on board. If we can bring up the slides, this proposal includes huge benefits for Malibu. Local residents will no longer have to drive down the coast or over the mountains just to go see a movie on the big screen, and they won't have to drive back all the way to Malibu in the dark. Malibu Pacific Church has plenty of on-site parking, great acoustics, unobstructed sight lines, and permanently installed theater-style seating in a beautifully designed room. This is a place that will satisfy even the pickiest studio executive, so we'll finally be able to bring all of those top award season contenders, first-run films, and great guest speakers back to Malibu. For each of the regular shows we hold at the church, we will always make at least 50 seats available at no charge to local residents, and every Malibu resident can sign up for this program. We'll continue to have complimentary food and beverage for all of our guests so that everyone has a chance to mix and mingle before the show. Locals will also get discounted admission to special catered events, such as our dinner and a movie nights and the annual Oscar party. If any LA teams are in the Super Bowl, NBA Finals, World Series, the whole community can once again gather together and watch it on the big screen. And finally, if the library fund comes into play, it'll immediately lower the city's share of the obligation needed to pay for the program. It'll also give us a chance to work with the library to develop new educational services, and that's the last slide. Bruce and Paul, thanks for coming up with the idea and for spending so much time to help us with figuring out how to make it work in a way which will continue to let us operate independently. We really appreciate your solution to one of our biggest concerns: what happens if today's action is reversed in the future? Moving a theatrical digital cinema system is extremely difficult and expensive, so if that happens, we will definitely need the funding to cover that cost. In closing, we want to thank all of our members, sponsors, volunteers, and everyone in the film industry whose continued support has continued to make us a top destination. Few seconds? Nope? Okay. Thank you for considering this.
Thank you.
Our next speaker will be Angel Burns, followed by John Johannesson.
Hi, if I could just wait till my slides are up, if that's all right, to start the timer.
You got it.
Thanks.
Okay, your slides are up.
All righty. Let me explain in numbers Scott's panic over adopting the proposal. Next slide. We are facing drastically reduced paid memberships. 70% of our current members live in Malibu, but once there's a free option, we expect that most of them are going to take advantage. Next slide. We also expect an 80% drop in individual show ticket sales from previous member guests and non-members who are residents. Next slide. With free admission for locals, we expect attendance to double, and therefore concessions costs will too. Next slide. Here are past year's actual numbers to apply these percentages. We've been out of town since the pandemic. We run on fiscal years, but 2019-20 was cut by COVID. So we based our projections on an average of the most recent full years when we were still in Malibu. Next slide. Here's the total and breakout values of the projected first year shortfalls. Now, first note that concessions has been adjusted for inflation, and there are always unanticipated costs. As a nonprofit without investments or much reserves, we budgeted a standard 10% contingency for safety. Next slide. There's also a one-time $10K cost to set up the new model. To handle our current 8,000 plus seat requests, doubling, and expecting our 300 annual memberships to multiply as much as 10 times with new applications. Well, that's an incredible amount of extra work required to make free screenings available. So as a 501c3 nonprofit with no paid staff, the only way we can handle this is with a custom online management system for membership and reservations. Next slide. We've already budgeted to cover the big relocation cost ourselves, but it's going to significantly deplete our reserves. To start, the mayor and Councilman Grisanti have proposed funding upfront the $20K of our first quarter expected hit, plus the $10K to cover implementing the new plan for Malibu residents. After that, we'll present quarterly reports for reimbursement of exact losses in the areas discussed. Please help us bring the movies home. Thank you.
Thank you, Angel. John? That way doesn't work. Could have hurdled.
I gotta fix that. Good evening, City Council, Mayor Silverstein, and staff. My name is John Johannesson. I'm a board director and vice president of the Malibu Film Society. The Malibu Film Society is more than a venue to watch movies. It's where Malibu community gathers, connecting old friends and make new ones. About a week ago, we sent out a petition asking residents to let us know how they feel about the Film Society. The response was overwhelming. In just 6 days, we received 562 signatures. And just under 400 of those responding are local residents. With over 200 encouraging comments, I'm going to share with you just the top 10 from that petition. Number 10, this is a wonderful way for the community to come together. Number 9, the Malibu Film Society distinguishes itself and cares about its neighbors. Number 8, creative sharing is a beautiful blessing and brings depth to the community through the arts. Number 7, Malibu Film Society events are entertaining, educational, community building, convenient, and affordable. Number 6, thoughtful ways, fascinating creation and events that are a delight for all. Number 5, we're too damn old to shop to Agora or the Palisades. I like that one. Number 4, one of the best ways to watch a movie is with an audience in Malibu. Please bring it back. Number 3, I fly almost 2,000 miles for these events and spend a boatload of money in Malibu when I do. Number 2, the Malibu Film Society is a social hub for the community. At last, but not least, I want to share with you that I met my wife, Bianca, at the Malibu Film Society. It was about 8 years ago. We became good friends, and through some matchmaking, through a mutual friend, Maggie, we started dating, and this summer we're going to be celebrating our 2nd year wedding anniversary.
Thank you, John.
I got
next speaker
out of time.
No, thank you. Who's next? Are we going back to the speaker slips now, or are we on Zoom still? Okay, cool. Jefferson Wagner, followed by Barry Haldeman.
Thank you, council members, and giving this the attention it deserves. It is a very big community here that works in the entertainment industry. Myself, I'm in the Screen Actors Guild as well as Local 44. That's the IATSE, International Association of Theatrical Trade and Employees. We're the worker bees behind the camera. Here are the worker bees tonight, the folks that are back here that sent those comments in. My last comment was number 11, I believe. Snack shacks and movies. Thank you.
Thank you, Jefferson. Barry, you're up. Followed by Bianca. Torrance. Unfortunately, we're not doing that, despite some people having requested that we do it. Like me. Go ahead, Barry.
Hi, I'm Barry Haldeman. I've lived in Malibu a long time and was actually part of the cityhood movement. I'm on the Arts Commission for the city. I'm also on the Chamber of Commerce Arts Commission. And I'm not speaking officially for them, but what I can tell you is that in our meetings, we've talked about this, both meetings, we've talked about this a lot. And there is a very favorable view of bringing the Malibu Film Society back. I was honored to be asked to join the original board of directors of the Malibu Film Society when it was first formed, and I watched it grow and flourish and create more audience and create relationships with everybody. And it was very hard to keep it going after we had to leave the Malibu Jewish Center, and I really credit our executive director, Scott, and some of the key board members in helping it go forward. It's sustained due to the dedication of people, and I think it represents a way for us to provide, as people have said, a gathering place. And we don't even have a movie theater in Malibu. So it really satisfies a need. And I think that Malibu should be known for more than just its beaches. It should be known, and both committees that I'm on, we're trying to make it equally known for the art. And how can we do that without, in a film town, not having the Malibu Film Society? So I would request that you guys work out the details of the proposal and we bring the Malibu Film Society back to Malibu. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you, Barry. Bianca, would you like a few moments?
No, I think he finished it very well.
Okay. That take us to Darlene Dubray. Come on to the front.
Hi, I'm Darlene. Worldwide, Malibu is known as a movie town. And to not have a movie club, organization, place to watch movies put on by the residents leaves room for international companies or someone from outside of here to kind of take that idea and bring it in a direction that's not recognized nor requested by the community members. Also, I am a volunteer there, and coming from another place, and you get to meet people and share, and Scott gives insight. Gosh, if you're not for it, that means you haven't attended. The insight that you get from him explaining, having seen the movies and talking to the directors and the producers and the performers, it's phenomenal. And then he interviews them. Like, you can barely get to see them ever in your life, and you see them right there before or after watching this movie they created. Like, it's phenomenal to have that in such a tangible manner, safe and friendly and family. Thank you for listening.
Thank you. Do we have anybody on Zoom?
There's one raised hand, Howard Rutsky.
Howard, let's hear from you.
Unmute, okay. Good evening. Wow, look what happens when a bunch of really great citizens get together that want things and the city council thinks outside the box. This is what makes you proud to live here. Thank you.
Thank you, Howard. Are there any other public comments?
Joe Drummond, just raise your hand.
Joe?
Hi, I just wanted to say that my family and I went to a Malibu Film Society event when it was at the Jewish Center for the Yellow Submarine movie, and they had all these incredible people who knew the Beatles and who had done work with them. And I had no idea that the Beatles wasn't their voices in the film. I learned that at that event. So I just think this is a great thing, and it has to continue for families in Malibu. It was great. Thanks.
Thank you, Joe. Anyone else raise their hand?
Those were all the raised hands.
Okay, so that'll close public comment. I forewent earlier doing a agenda report, or a report. Mainly, I'm going to confess, because I didn't have my supplemental package with me. I had the original package, and this was added. So I just want to say a few words about this, and then maybe Paul would like to also. And actually, before I even say anything, I'll make a motion that let's have a discussion first. There's really two things on this item. One is a dry statutory issue, but that's important, and it's important for us as a city council, I think, not to decide that issue based on the Malibu Film Society, but just to decide that issue based on the law. And I want to talk about that just a little bit, because we as much as we want to do things for good causes, we need to have a legitimate reason to do it, in addition to the fact that we like it. So we have a legitimate reason here. And Richard may or may not want to comment on this one after I explain it. And then the second component of what we're doing is assuming that we agree, that the council agrees with the legal interpretation of the ordinance. The request is for the Film Society, and actually not for the Film Society, for the residents of Malibu, is that we authorize an expenditure that will allow free movie screenings to the residents. And it's from my perspective, I'm not saying let's give money to the Film Society. I'm saying let's spend money for the residents of Malibu. A few weeks ago, and this is along the lines of what Jefferson said, we had the snack shack for the kids, and now we've got the film screenings for the adults. Kids are welcome too, but this is for the rest of the community. So the dry issue is, for anyone who's been paying attention to our prior meetings, and I think this even predates perhaps this current council, the city planning department, I think that's the right way to describe it, took a position with respect to the TUP statute, the temporary use permit statute, that the screenings by the Malibu Film Society and other similar things could not occur at religious facilities as they had been in the past without a temporary use permit. And you can only get 6 temporary use permits a year. 6 a year? Is that the right number? 6 per year, and there are 80 screenings, or up to 80 screenings. And that was because, according to the city staff, a religious facility wasn't, what is the exact language here? Wasn't an indoor or outdoor entertainment, no, I'm reading the wrong words. I'm sorry, wasn't a premise designed to accommodate indoor or outdoor entertainment and assembly events. Religious, they're not like auditoriums, stadiums, or other public assembly facilities, private clubhouses, facilities, etc. And one can take issue with whether that was a proper interpretation. In fact, the Malibu Film Society and a number of its supporters took issue with that. But that was the interpretation that the city had, and nobody on the city council was prepared to take issue with that. Paul and I took a greater look at another section, however, which is the provision of the code which defines a religious facility. And that definition is churches, temples, or other places used exclusively for religious worship. And then here's the important words, including customary, incidental, educational, residential, and social activities in conjunction therewith. So the question was, are gatherings by the community for the purpose of films, for education, for other community purposes, by nonprofit organizations, so we're not talking about for-profit events, by commercial institutions, which are open to the general public at large and importantly free to the local community, is that an incidental use of a religious facility in conjunction with the use of the facility for worship? And, the religious facilities often host 12-step meetings, which nobody would argue are not a proper incidental or ancillary use of a religious facility. And it seemed to me, and Paul agreed, that this was an appropriate ancillary use of a religious facility, so long as it met touched the stones that I just described, as well as either doesn't involve attendance by more than 50 people for more than 2 hours, or at least doesn't occur more frequently than 182 days a year. In other words, it's less than half of the time of the facility, because if it was more than half, it would start becoming not an incidental use, but the primary use. So based on that, we thought, well, that seems like a legitimate interpretation. I spoke to Richard about that. Richard concurred that he could get on board with that interpretation. It serves a good purpose to interpret the ordinance that way, and it will do much more than open these facilities up to the Malibu Film Society. It'll open up these facilities to any one that they're willing to host that will satisfy those criteria. So then the second question was, as Scott talked about and Angel talked about, if they're going to be able to satisfy that requirement that it be free to the public, how can they do that? Because they rely on the public contributions for membership to fund their ability as a nonprofit to provide these screenings to the public. So the answer from our standpoint was, well, we have a lot of money that we spend on a lot of other good uses in the city. We had a movie theater, and it's gone. And a few months ago, I was up at Yosemite, just outside of Yosemite, Oakhurst, and there was one theater in that town too, and it was closing. It had been slated to close down, but the community put together a fund, and the community rented the theater and made it available for the community members. I thought that was a great idea, and that was kind of the idea I had behind why doesn't this community, and at least through the city in the first instance, fund our own movie theater, so long as it can be done this way. So that was the background to this. Paul and I thought it made a lot of sense, and I think that's said enough from my standpoint. Oh, and if we can, and we had a library subcommittee meeting, and but Marianne and I are the committee. We're going to propose when the library committee report comes to the city council that if the county will allow it, that this money also come from the county library fund, which, as Pamela Ulick mentioned earlier, is up to $19 million. $19 million of our tax dollars that are not needed to fund the ordinary everyday use of the county library. So this is educational. This can be done in conjunction with the library. And if we can get the use of our library funds, it won't even cost us any money out of our annual budget. So Paul, do you have other comments? And with that said, I'll move that we approve this. I'll assume, Paul, you might want to make the second.
I'd love to make the second and take a short discourse on why I think this is a terrific idea. One of the principles of making a community is we have to utilize buildings in more than one way. And my parents told me when they first moved to the town I grew up in, there weren't enough people yet for there to be a Catholic church. And so they rented the bowling alley, and they had services in the bowling alley while they put together a fund to build a Catholic church in the community. And that church is still there, and that original building has now been replaced with another building. And the bowling alley is still in operations. And it's a community needs to have amenities that people want. And unfortunately for us, or for the people who were operating a movie theater here before, the economics of running a movie theater in a shopping center that just changed hands for close to $100 million were not so good when they figured out that even if they gave them free rent, the common area charges would make it not work. So I'm pleased that a previous city council cut the original deal with the Malibu Jewish Center, which was a great host for a long time. And I'm even more pleased now that Malibu Pacific Church has offered to host the Film Society now. And I think that it's a wonderful use of the property. It'll be a wonderful use for all of us to run into each other throughout the community. And, you know, I have gone to several screenings with the Film Society, and I got to tell you, there's no thrill like watching the film with the guy who designed all of the special effects, or listening to James Cameron talk about how they did something that you just saw on screen. And that's the kind of stuff that you never see, and we're very gifted that is available to us here in Malibu. And I want to thank Scott for all the work he's done over the years to make that and many more of these occasions happen. And I'd like everyone else to have an opportunity to have those kinds of experiences in the future, and I hope you'll vote for this. Thank you.
Other comments? Go ahead.
Oh, I got questions.
Go ahead.
Okay, let me just, over on page 3 or 4 of the staff report, it says, you're not involved in attendance of more than 50 participants. So in each one of these events, you're only going to have 50 people in the event?
No, that doesn't. All of this applies to everybody, but the Malibu Film Society specifically won't fall under the 50 participants for less than 2 hours. That'll fall under whatever it is, less than 182 days.
Say that again. I didn't understand what you
So
said.
I mentioned before that like 12-step meetings occur at religious facilities. Not that they're religious, they just occur for some reason more often than not at religious facilities. They rarely will have more than 50 people, and they usually last an hour or an hour and a half in duration. So they fit under the category of involve attendance of no more than 50. It says more, it's a mistake. Attendance of no more than 50 participants or last more than 2 hours. Oh, sorry, do not involve attendance of more than 50 participants or last more than 2 hours. So they wouldn't eat into those meetings which occur with regularity at various institutions, religious facilities around the city. They're just exempted from any restriction. They fall under a definition of incidental use of a religious facility because they are less than 50 people and last less than 2 hours. Separate and apart from that, community gatherings which have more than 50 people and last more than 2 hours can occur so long as they're nonprofit, open to the public, free to the Malibu public, and don't occur more than half of the year.
Okay. So we can have 182 days of events at the church. Is that what we're saying?
Not only the church, but any other religious facility.
Okay. And let me come a little background on this one. I was on the Zeracis committee when we went through this, okay? And I think on Zeracis, and look, I was in favor of bringing back the Film Society. And I think we offered them 3 options. We gave them the option of City Hall, we gave them the option of the Santa Monica College, and we gave them the option of Pepperdine, which has got a movie theater, plenty of parking, no residences up there, okay? And for whatever reason, they decided they didn't want to chase any one of those things down. Couple of thoughts. When this thing was put in front to get it on the agenda today, I mean, the last couple conversations I've had with the city manager and with Richard, I've had items like poison-free Malibu, Picasso, the MRCA, short-term rentals. We've been trying to get on the city agenda. And when I went back and talked to the city manager this time around, I was told we put all those things on hold because you demanded this thing show up on the city agenda. I got the email that you sent me that said that's exactly what happened. All right. And look, you got to do what you want to do. You and Paul have made the decision to do that. My point is, if you come up with an emergency, I will never stand in your way of getting that on an agenda. I will support that all day long. But there were other issues that we're trying to get done, and for some reason, your guys' stuff is more important than the stuff that the other residents are looking for. I think there should have been some conversation at the city council that says, is this something we're going to prioritize over something else? And apparently we didn't have that conversation. Since the city has become a city, there have been a lot of programs that we've put in place to protect neighborhoods. Right? We had temporary use permits, we've got special use permits, we've got a whole bunch of other things. And if you go back to our general plan, the rule has been, if we've got residents who are spending an awful lot of money for their houses, and they deserve some peace and quiet and quality of life in that neighborhood. And we've done a lot of rules to make sure we can enforce that. This seems to go exactly in the different direction. I mean, I'm going to have the ability in this neighborhood to have 182 nights of 25, however many cars, all right, pulling into the neighborhood, making whatever noise they're going to make. That's a lot. I mean, think about your neighborhood. That's what you want. You know, Doug, you live in a neighborhood. You want 182 nights of strangers coming into your neighborhood making noise. You think that's good for your community? I don't. Okay. And 182 nights is every second night. That's nuts. All right. I mean, look, I don't have a problem with doing movies, but I think there's got to be some perspective that says we're going to take care of the neighborhood. How in this policy, we've got temporary use permits, and that allows us to protect the neighborhood in terms of some unusual things going on. I got an email yesterday from the residents over in Malibu Knolls, and they got an email, or a letter or whatever it was from Scott that said that we almost never have amplified sound outdoors. The one possible exception, whenever we have music for our dinner movie nights, which we hold only once or twice a year. How are we going to control music in a neighborhood. How is your proposal going to do that?
Want me to speak?
Yeah, I'd love to hear what's going to happen.
Okay. So first of all, I've used the right of a council member to put an item on an agenda, and we have each of us has an absolute right to put one matter on the agenda.
And you get time to do, I mean, I'll give you all the time in the world to answer. The question,
I'm going to answer your question. I'm going to answer your question. But Steve made the point that he wanted to put something on an agenda and was told he couldn't. I don't know what that's about. But as I said earlier, when Steve actually wanted to put something on the agenda at some future time about, what was it about, the affordable, but the ethics for the planning commission. Every council member has a right to put an item on the agenda. If we all have a consensus at the comment period, then we do it as a unified group, but each one of us has a right to do that, and I thought this was an important thing to use my council member opportunity, and Paul and I spoke about it and both agreed that that was an appropriate use. If Steve has anything he wants to put on it, he has the ability to do that. In fact, he and I did that the very first meeting after we were elected. It didn't pass, but it got on the agenda. This is not an issue of TUPs. You know, I want to make that clear. This is not an interpretation of the TUP ordinance. This is not an expansion of the TUP ordinance. It has nothing to do with the TUP ordinance. I thought I made that clear in trying to explain the ordinances that were at issue. So yes, Zeracis is looking at the TUPs and is making decisions about it. This is a separate question of whether this is or is not an appropriate incidental use of a religious facility, and if it is, we already have an ordinance that says this has the ability to go forward. The amount of nights and the sound and the commotion, which I personally don't have a concern is going to occur, but I actually, with respect to this particular item, I live almost as close to this as anyone does. I don't live on the street where the church is located, but I have the very first house up on the next street. It doesn't concern me at all when the church occasionally does have live outdoor music or broadcasts its music outside. In fact, I told the pastor when I met with him, my wife and I have been forced to live in a different house for the last year and a half because we had a flood that caused us to have to leave while we're getting our house renovated. She told me to tell the pastor she misses hearing the music occasionally when they play it. She would have the sliders open and she would enjoy hearing the sound. It's not noise, it's actually music. But the Film Society doesn't do that, and we have noise ordinances. So to the extent that there is a noise problem, if it's after the time of night that noise isn't allowed to be, that sound isn't allowed to be broadcast, to the extent it goes beyond whatever level of sound is permissible, we have ways to handle that, and I expect as a good neighbor, the church and the Film Society would accommodate any requests to turn things down, but they've represented to us, and I take their representation in good faith to be that that's not going to be happening except on rare occasions. So that's a long-winded way of answering your question.
And we've got no compliance on weekends or in evenings, so, you know, it's got to be an agreement because there's nobody around to protect the community. Let me ask another one. When Paul, and this is more to Paul, when the farmer's market came up and asked for a $20,000 waiver of their fees for renting the chili cook-off property that they're using for parking on weekends, you requested that they provide a tax return and evidence of, I see no tax returns, no financials, whatever, as part of this proposal. Are there financials?
The financials were in the proposal that was done by Angel.
No, they weren't. Financials say here's the historical revenue they've made. Here's historically how they spent the money. That's the tax return. Same thing you requested from the farmers market. Did you look at those?
I think I was the one that requested that.
Did anybody look at those? I did. You looked at them? Yeah.
I read through the report.
I think we're talking at cross purposes. You're talking about the farmers market, right?
The farmers market. Yeah. I was the one that requested the farmers market records, and yes, I read them.
I'm just saying. In this case, I'm spending $85,000 the first year, $75,000 every subsequent year, and there's no financials. You think that's right? I don't. I think that's part of our responsibility if we're if we're going to do this, treat everybody equally, right? I mean, that's another example. If I like somebody, I don't look at financials. If I don't look at them, I don't like them, I make them bring financials in. I just don't think that's the right way to do it.
So in response to that, the proposal for the funding actually does require the Film Society to account for the for its income and its revenue and its expenses, and to show a need on an annual basis of the money that the City Council, if we approve this, would be authorizing.
So you're approving
And
it now.
and the other thing is, as I said at the beginning, I don't view this as funding the Film Society. I view this as funding the residents of Malibu having the ability now to be able to go again to the theater, which they weren't able to do for the past few years since the only theater closed.
Okay, two more questions, then we'll. Then I want to go to Richard and Trevor. Does every 501c3 who wants to use the church have the right to do that? Can they turn anybody down?
Actually, I spoke to, Paul, were you at that? You weren't at the meeting where I spoke with the pastor. I actually left out in this proposal, it was originally did include a requirement that they not make substance-based decisions as to who could use the facility. But I actually, upon second thought, decided that that wasn't an appropriate thing to do for appropriate condition to place on a religious facility, because there are various things that are anti-religious that you wouldn't expect a religious facility to voluntarily host.
Who makes that decision?
The owner of the facility.
So are there rules in terms of how he's going to decide what's religious and what isn't?
He's the pastor.
Is he? I mean, but are the rules to say this? Yeah, this is a religious activity, or this isn't. What are the rules used to decide that? Makes a difference, guys. I mean, look, if I want to go into a 501c3 and I want to use the event, I may come up with something the pastor doesn't necessarily agree with that I think is a religious event. Can he turn me down?
If what your idea of religious is not
his
idea of what religious is, then I think he would probably ask you to find another place that agrees with your religious interpretation.
Okay.
And in fact, Scott had pointed out to me that there are probably some screenings that the Film Society would want to do from time to time that they would not feel are appropriate to be screened in a church, and that they would, on their own, again, being good neighbors, take that screening somewhere else. Because, look, in this country, we have a sharp division of religion from government, and we also have a recognition of strong rights of religion. And it doesn't seem appropriate when allowing a religious institution to do certain things to put requirements on them that they have to do them, even if they're contrary to what their religious beliefs might be.
Yeah, I think we're going to have a problem because they're again, I can arbitrarily decide this is religious and this isn't, and I don't think that's our right. Richard, I'd like to go to you. In Zeraces, we had a number of conversations on this issue. And the conclusion we reached in that thing is for them to be able to hold these movies, they need a conditional use permit. And it seemed like we were fairly solid in that conclusion, and you repeated it in the last Planning Commission meeting. What do you think of this proposal? Because you're all through it saying you agreed to it. I'm just wondering what happened.
As mentioned in the report, it reflects what took place at the Malibu Jewish Center during the hearings, when it was looked at to see if the Film Society's events were within the operations of that center. And as a result of that, of those Planning Commission meetings, a conditional use permit was determined to be needed to allow for it. And my concern here, as mentioned in the report, the reason for why I had been stating and have been stating that this type of event poses concern at the site in discussion tonight is that the site in discussion tonight is a non-conforming use. It existed prior to cityhood. By 2013, they were supposed to obtain a conditional use permit. They have not done that to date. We have as mentioned previously, publicly many times, we've asked that the church, the operators there, seek a conditional use permit to bring them in conformance with our municipal code. But I think the first question here, before we get to the interpretation of the definition of a religious facility, is getting the site into conformance with the conditional use permit. If there were a conditional use permit, I think that, in my opinion, would address a lot of the concerns I'm hearing from the council this evening, which is essentially establishing some sort of boundaries on hours, noise. It puts conditions on areas. And in the case of the Malibu Pacific Church, now I don't want to speak, as a non-conforming use, in their non-conforming uses section, they can keep operating provided that they don't intensify the use. And as I've mentioned, and it's also, I believe, earlier in this report from my discussions, my concern is that this would represent a new type of event occurring at the center. That is why I have my concerns with it, is that, you know, I don't disagree that this could be part of the educational events that you have. However, that's for buildings that have a conditional use permit, so that we're taken out of that non-conforming uses category of the code. And once again, like I mentioned, there are some sort of reassurances that the operation is consistent with the neighborhood that it takes place in, because a CUP is a very specific document. It's the commission or the council's opportunity to make certain that a use is compatible with its neighborhood. And to date, we do not have one. I know there's been claims that there's a CUP on this property. The only CUP that we can find record of is for the operation of the preschool daycare facilities, but we could not find in our records, nor has one been presented to us, a actual use permit for a religious facility.
Thank you, Rich. Trevor, do you agree with what Richard said?
Yeah, I mean, there's a couple problems here with the proposed interpretation, and it stems from the issue that this is a non-conforming use and it can't be intensified on the site. The proposed, from my understanding of what this is, you know, this wasn't vetted through staff, is that this is a proposal to interpret the definition of a religious facility to allow certain types of accessory type events that would include the film society here. And that definition changing alone is not going to allow the property to operate. I think is the intention here is of the council is to allow the film society to operate at that site, and changing this wouldn't do that. Religious facilities, assembly uses, this type of use, this movie type use is certainly allowed there at that site. Under the zoning, it just needs, it's a conditionally allowed use. So that means you need to have a conditional use permit that defines the limitations of how that use can happen. We can't just do it by fiat. You know, I'm also concerned, you know, if we would just allow a whole bunch of places to start doing up to 182 events a year, that we haven't had any, there's no environmental study of what, you know, the impacts of what this would be. And so there's definitely ways that we can do this. There's a number of ways they can do it. I recommend that the council, you know, direct staff to come back with options. One of them is you have already in place a TUP ordinance coming through, which could be used to allow this type of use, to allow, you know, a temporary use to occur for more than 6 times during a year that could have recurring, you know, provisions in it, and that would have protections for the neighbor. The neighbor has not been notified about tonight's hearing. There's been no notification that there's a change of what the uses are, you know, proposed for at that site. You know, it raised a lot of concerns for me on that.
I actually believe that what was just said is conflating 2 different issues. One question is, what is a religious facility? The other question is whether this particular building does or doesn't have a CUP to be a religious facility. I believe this is a reasonable and appropriate construction of what the word religious facility means in our code. if a building has a CUP to be a religious facility, full stop, it doesn't need to have the parameters that were just explained in terms of what they can do there, because that's already built into the definition of religious facility, which the request here is to interpret what that means. So it's already built into the word religious facility through the other language that follows that name. Separate question is whether this building is a religious facility. We're not saying anything positively or negatively about that question, nor are we being asked to. I have been operating under the understanding that that building is in fact a religious facility. It's a church. It's been there for I don't know how many years. If there's some technical legal issue that they need to address to confirm that they're a religious facility, that's a matter between them and the planning department, I suppose. But that really doesn't impact the generic question that's before the city council.
May I?
Yes, Paul.
Can I just start by asking Scott, how many films do you think you're going to show in a year? 40? Okay, the number 182 was a pre-printed thing from the existing ordinance, correct?
No, we just picked a number that didn't seem unreasonably large. It could be smaller. Didn't want to preclude.
But basically, we could cut it. We could take a third of it, and you would be happy still. Okay. Can you come to the microphone, please?
Yeah.
I obviously can't speak on behalf of Malibu Pacific Church, but I can share conversations that we have had with them. And their concern with the 182 days is that they do have events such as the 12-step programs that draw more than 50 people, which would count against 182 days. And they do last sometimes more than 2 hours. So they wanted to make sure that they were very specific in our last meeting about how many events do you propose that you would be doing at our church over the course of a year. We said 40, and they felt, I believe they felt comfortable that that would still give them the other days that they needed to do those other events.
So the intensification we're talking about is 40 showings, probably.
Yes.
Okay. Can I, Richard? I'm aware of the fact that this site was permitted as a church twice, once before the 05 fire and again after the 05 fire. I don't know what we still need a conditional use permit for. When it was originally built, the county standards allowed a church to be in a residential neighborhood if it had frontage on 2 streets and you were willing to combine lots, which is what they did here originally. So what outstanding problems do we have that we need to resolve with the conditional use permit?
The way our city code was adopted was that a new uses table was placed on the city, and that uses table specified that religious institutions such as churches, temples, or other places of worship could occur in about 7 different zoning districts, provided that a CUP was issued. Churches, temples, and other places of worship were not permitted by right. And so in 93, that zoning ordinance was overlaid along with the adoption of our non-conforming uses section of the municipal code. And in that code section, it gave a 20-year period of time for uses that do not comply with the adopted zoning table to either come into compliance, meaning get a conditional use permit, apply for a zone change, or move on. And so in 2013, that period of time expired. The church, I was the one who issued the rebuild permit back in 2007. So at the 2 times that we did issue development permits to put the church back, they were still within that 20-year grace period. And in starting in 2013, conditional use permits were required for all similar situations in the city.
Have the other religious institutions all gotten conditional use permits?
No, they haven't. The Presbyterian Church did apply for a conditional use permit as part of their development permit after the fire. It's been an open application that's been pending because it's incomplete.
What's incomplete about it?
We still don't have all of the information and reports necessary so that we could put together the presentation and staff report and get it to a public hearing.
So in the last 10 years, there probably is a list of things that you want to see. How do I get a copy of that?
I can have the planner provide a copy of the incomplete letter.
Okay, I'd like to see that. Thank you. Steve, have you had a problem with people making too much noise arriving for church and leaving from church, or leaving from the
No, it happens on Sunday.
AA?
Well, we've had problems with traffic, but not. I haven't had traffic problems with noise.
Okay.
On Sundays, they have police up there, sheriffs on Malibu Canyon, directing traffic that's leaving to church.
I don't believe there's been one out there in the last year.
And that's not true.
Okay.
Not true.
May I ask questions?
Go ahead.
Yeah, let me just make
Okay,
one
yeah,
thing.
go ahead.
Look, let's come up with a solution that works. All right, we've been peeing on each other's leg here for a while, so let's figure out a better way to do this. Like I said, Pepperdine has got a movie theater. They've got parking. They've got a movies courses going on up there. All right, and it seems to me that if you ran these movies up at Pepperdine, okay, in their facility, I could avoid all of this baloney that I'm going through in terms of what's going on in the neighborhood, in terms of what rules I have to make, who's going to decide what religious, what isn't religious. Do I have to give them 85 grand to go to? And it seems to me that Scott either is unwilling or has been unwilling or unable to go up to Pepperdine and cut a deal.
Have you talked to Pepperdine?
I talked to Scott, and I said, Scott, when's the last? Scott hasn't been up at Pepperdine, he said, in 4 or 5 years. Ask him for anything. So look, here's my suggestion. And I admire the fact, Bruce, that you want to get movies in place for Malibu. I admire the fact that Paul wants to do that. My suggestion is you two guys should take Scott in tow, go up to Pepperdine and see if you can cut a deal up there. Because if you can cut the deal up there, it solves all of these problems. Right? And you got a movie theater, you got all the seats you need, you got all the stuff that makes you want to have, and it's in place. All right, it's up the hill. It's across the street from the Presbyterian Church. Why doesn't that work?
Barry, would you like to tell us why that doesn't work?
We discussed this as we discussed the Film Society in our the Malibu Arts Commission, and our chair has had experience with Pepperdine, and the answer was that because we talked about that because it comes up, it's a theater, etc. It doesn't have enough seats for us, but more importantly, B, it has so many events that it would totally screw up our schedule, and C, they charge a lot of money for the facility. So that has been discussed, that Pepperdine, people have had experience with Pepperdine, and that's the problem.
Who had the conversations with Pepperdine?
Pardon?
Who had the conversations with Pepperdine?
I think it was Lottie, who's the chair of the Arts Commission. So just to give you some background.
It's an option, gentlemen, and I think as opposed to going into, it's an option. And as opposed to going in and doing, 182 nights of whatever the hell it's going to be in the Malibu Knolls neighborhood, and whatever impact, well, I've got 182 here, Paul. I'm just reading your staff report. It seems to me that here's an option that doesn't impact the neighborhoods, doesn't need a conditional use permit, doesn't need temporary use permits, and you can run as many movies up there as you can negotiate with Pepperdine. Seems to me we should have at least that conversation.
I can just tell you that what our experience has been. I want to ask one question of the mayor, and that is, because you're living so close, should you recuse yourself from this vote?
No, it's well more than 500 feet from my house.
Pardon?
It's well more than 500 feet from my house. And it also, so far as I can tell, doesn't have any impact on the value of my property.
Yeah. Okay.
Marianne and Doug?
Okay, so what people may or may not know about me is I am a stickler for the code. I think it's very important. We have rules that have been outlined between our general plan, our municipal code, and our local coastal program. Our TUP and our conditional use programs were put in place to ensure that our residents are protected in their homes and that those uses that are proposed around them are held at a public hearing and reviewed to ensure that they comply and that any issues or problems that they propose are mitigated to ensure that our residents have the quiet enjoyment of their homes as the most priority. There are certain zones within our city that certain things are occurring. I believe the churches and other religious facilities are in an institutional zone. So residents do have the expectation that certain things are going to occur there. The biggest issue that I have with this particular proposal, though, is that this completely circumvents that process. And we're asked to review this and have a major change as to what residents can expect the activities to be at those facilities without having a public hearing, without having staff analyze the various proposals, what the traffic issues are going to be on those, what the noise issues are going to be on those, how many people are going to be at those particular events. And they have no idea of what the impacts of this is going to be, and there's no mitigation measures whatsoever. Malibu Film Society says that there's going to be 40 proposed showings. How many people are going to be at those showings? How long are they going to last? What's the traffic circulations going to be? If, as Steve says, that on Sundays after religious events, the sheriff has patrol officers out there for traffic control. I've witnessed them myself. I do believe that they're occurring on a regular basis. What happens when you have a particularly large event at this location and there's no notification to the neighbors that this particular event's going to be going on that particular night, and we've got a traffic jam out there? That's why we have a conditional use permit process, and that's why those things need to be followed, so we can vet those things. Now, I'm very much in favor of the Film Society being in Malibu. I know at the Jewish Center, they did get a conditional use permit, and these items were reviewed and identified, and there were mitigation measures put in place. I know we have a new college facility that has a 99-seat auditorium. I think that, possibly some of these smaller movies could probably take place in there, and we should be working with the college to ensure that the facilities are built and have the features that are necessary for these films. There's also, I know there's been talk about the possibility of City Hall and that there's issues in this particular location as to lacking of features here. Well, is it something that can be modified? Is it something that we can work as a city and put this $85,000 towards making improvements to this room, where we already have the expectation that there will be times when the community is using this building in the afternoons, in the mornings, at night, and there's sufficient parking to be had? I don't see any answers to those questions of what things and what evaluations were done and rejected. I have heard hearsay. I have heard this won't work here, but I haven't seen where it's actually been evaluated and we have a price tag and we have specific items that would need to be improved and that those improvements can't happen. I think Steve's suggestion of Pepperdine, you know, maybe that's not the appropriate facility for every single one. Again, I don't know how many seats are there. How many seats do you need for every single movie? There are, you know, I know that there have been events where there have been particular speakers that have drawn large crowds, but I'm sure there's limitations on the amount of people that can come there. So at this particular time, I'm not ready to support this particular proposal. I think it needs a lot more insight into it, a lot more research to be done for it, and I would like staff to be part of that. And I would encourage the Film Society, if you want to use Malibu Pacific Church, let's get the conditional use permit in there in review, and let's get it before the Planning Commission so we can have the hearing and we can talk about these various issues and concerns. That's, believe what I have. I was a little concerned also about the 50 attendance, but I think those questions were answered, that we don't know what the attendance is going to be because it's going to vary between each event.
Doug?
Well, I guess I know where I am in the middle of all this.
In the middle.
In the middle. Guess I came last. All right. One of the things about you see things go to court and both sides have good reasons to believe that they've got the right answer, and it's up to the judge or the jury to figure out what the outcome is. And I think that's where we are today. That's the reason why these things come before the city council. It's whether it's a zoning appeal or many other things. It's up to us to act on behalf of the community. So let me try and break this into two parts. I think first off, the purpose, the Film Society and the structure you guys have put together is excellent. I think this is the right answer, and you guys have done a great job, and I think the Film Society has put all their pieces together. Now the question is the venue. Is this the right venue for it? And I have to tell you, as I read this, I was troubled by the question of, is this a movie theater that's going to be a church, or is this a church that's going to let a movie theater exist in it? And from the standpoint of it being an occasional use for a screening, I don't think it really fits into being something that requires all the new notifications. I mean, it's no different than a religious service. If they were to hold one on Wednesday nights and maybe they do, I don't know. It wouldn't be up to the community to be noticed for a Wednesday night church service. It would be just part of their normal activity. So taking on a few additional showings shouldn't be any different than the church is in active use all the time. And I think that's a valid purpose. Now, where I had a problem with this is, are we turning this into a facility that can be rented for any event that meets a broad criteria? In other words, they could have concerts or whatever in there. Because what we're really trying to say is, this is for the Film Society. This is an event that is tailored just for them. They're going to put their equipment in there. It's going to be a major investment on their part, and it's going to be a major use for the church. So let me see if I can clarify one thing that I have a question about. As I look at the approval that you have here, is this, and this is page 3, you've got the, pardon me, Bruce, but I guess I spent too much time with the SEC, little eye in the hole, and 2 eye in the hole, and 3 eye in the hole, and 4 eye in the hole. It's 1, 2, I 1, 2, 3, 4. So as I read this, you have to be a 501c3 first is the first hurdle. Then you have to be open to the public. You have to be free to the public, or at least full-time residents of Malibu. And if you're less than 50 participants in less than 2 hours, you can do it at virtually any number of times during the year. But if you're going to be more than 50 participants and more than 2 hours, you're limited to, we've got 182 in here, but it could be less. So I guess my question is, how many events is it? Is this going to be the equivalent of once a week, a year? Is this 52? What's the number that you guys want to put in here instead of 182? Because I think 182 is unreasonable. So, Scott, Paul, Bruce.
So let me tackle that first, which is 182 is probably more than necessary for this particular item. I actually think when you're doing statutory construction or interpretation, you ought to not be focused on the specific purpose you're talking about, though, but generically. So we need to have a number that's low enough to be incidental and not the primary use, and high enough to allow the facility to accommodate reasonable requests. Talking specifically about the Malibu Film Society, they say they're going to have 40 screenings. Actually, I thought they were going to have 60 or 80, but if it's 40, it's 40. I wanted to make sure that we're not stopping the religious facility, this one or any other, from also being able to host weddings, other religious events that they ordinarily host, because then this wouldn't work. That would eat up the time. So, but I think a number lower than that could certainly work. I mean, originally my thought was it was 90 or 100, but I wasn't sure if that would work for everybody. And that's not even 1/3 of the year. I have some responses to a lot of the things you said, but I just want to answer that question and then come back to the others later.
I also want to get the answers to the questions, and then I want to talk to Trevor for a moment. But go ahead and help me out.
Oh, well, I just want to say, wherever we end up coming out on this, and I still don't know where we're going to come out. I think this is an amazingly good process. This is how we're supposed to address questions and engage in civil discussion about what we think. And we've got 2, and who knows where the fifth is right now. And that's not to say that somebody won't change their mind necessarily. Doug mentioned, would this be permissible for concerts? I mean, I would say, clearly it wouldn't be okay for an Amazon gathering because that's not a nonprofit, that's a commercial activity, and we're not opening up our religious facilities to host commercial activities. But I would think that if somebody wanted to put on a concert that was a 503c3 nonprofit, was open to the public without restriction, was free to the Malibu public, and either was going to be less than 50 people for less than 2 hours or otherwise didn't surpass the number of days that the facility is allowed to do it, then sure. I mean, you can do a religious facility should be able to host community gatherings no matter what they are, so long as they're not becoming a business, so long as they're not commercial activities. So I would say, using that as an example, that I think you were giving as an example as obviously they couldn't, I would say sure, why not? Because again, an ordinance has to apply across the board. So if these are the requirements, I don't see how you could reasonably say, but not a concert, or something like that. So this used to be, somebody mentioned, I thought it was you maybe, Doug, or maybe it was Mary Ann, that this used to be at the synagogue pursuant to a CUP. I don't think, I could be wrong, and Richard maybe can explain that. I don't think the synagogue had a specific CUP that dealt with the Film Society screenings. I think that they were either mistakenly believed to be okay despite under the TUP statute, which Richard has now said they're not under the TUP statute, or under what Paul and I are proposing as an interpretation of the definition of religious facility, they simply fell under what a religious facility is. My understanding, again, is if the statute is interpreted the way we're proposing, you don't need bells and whistles for every specific thing you're going to do at the religious facility, so long as it's part of the definition of religious facility. Getting a CUP that says this building is a religious facility answers that question already. So, Richard, am I missing something when I say that? And the history of the Malibu Jewish, the Jewish Center and Synagogue?
When the Jewish Center was permitted, and I want to say that was 2005-ish, they obtained a CUP, and the Film Society was operating there, and quite frankly, it wasn't even on our radar until the complaint came in, which caused us to look into it. Does that answer your question?
It was simply conditionally use permitted as a religious facility, and
Yes.
and that may or may not have included the ability to screen films for the public under all these criteria. But assuming it did permit that, it didn't say those things. It just said religious facility. That was my point.
Are you talking about the original CUP or the amended CUP?
Not the one that they didn't end up getting because they gave up on it when they were doing.
No, they
the
have an
revision.
approved CUP that allows movies to be shown at the Jewish Center, the synagogue.
That-
they have an approved one. They appealed it to the council and they withdrew the appeal, and it's final now.
Okay, but I'm talking about for all the years that they were operating with the Film Society there, prior to their rebuilding that they haven't done yet.
The CUP
They didn't
before it
have a
was
CUP
amended.
that said they could screen films, right? They just had a CUP that said it was a religious facility.
They do now, but they did not then.
Okay. So I'm just pointing that out, that it's not correct that they had a CUP that spelled out all those bells and whistles that were mentioned. And as I view the ordinance, you don't need to. That's exactly part of what religious facility means. It doesn't have to, they don't have to say that they can perform services. It doesn't have to say they can have a wedding. It doesn't say they can have a bar mitzvah at the synagogue. It doesn't say they can have a christening at the church. It just says they can have incidental uses of that kind of a facility. And I think this falls within that. So everyone's on notice of that through the definition in the statute. And that's the question for the council, is whether they agree with that interpretation of the statute or not. Maybe they won't.
Mr. Mayor,
Somebody-
may I ask a question, please?
Go ahead.
Sorry. Could you clarify that, please? It was my understanding that there was a CUP for the religious, and then there was a amendment or a secondary CUP issued specifically for the Film Society at the Malibu Jewish Center. Is that correct?
I believe it was an amendment to the existing CUP to allow for it. I believe that was it from looking at the notes in the file today.
You're talking about when they applied for the reconstruction, though, not at any time prior to that.
Yes, that is correct. That came up as part of this is a reconstruction edition, phase 2, I think it was called.
And when was that amendment completed?
I want to say, I hope I'm not off here, but I believe it was around August of 21 that this issue surfaced at the Planning Commission hearings.
Thank you.
Okay. The other issue is somebody mentioned, it might have been Mary Ann, that we just have hearsay. Actually, we have testimony by the people who have firsthand knowledge. That's not hearsay. Scott's not saying, I've heard from other people that we can't afford to do this unless we're subsidized. That's by way of an example. Scott's knowledgeable about the financials of the organization and saying, I personally know we can't do this. Hearsay would be for Lloyd to say, I heard from Scott that they can't afford to do this, and that's the only record we have. This is not hearsay. This is actual testimony by a precipient witness. I think everything that we're being asked to understand here is coming from the people who have done the homework and are on the ground. So they're not telling us what they've learned from other people. They're telling us what they understand and know about their operation. So I don't think that's an issue.
Clarification?
Sure.
What I was referring to is that we've been told that they've talked to the college, but there's been no records produced of any information about the college.
Right.
We've been told that this room will not work for it, but we haven't been told the exact specifics and what the city could do to make it done. I believe Steve talked to them about Pepperdine, and again, we were told that they couldn't do it, but there was no actual documentation or anything with regards to Pepperdine not being appropriate or available to do such things. So when I said hearsay, that's what I was referring to.
Okay.
We don't have anything from the college, from the city, or Pepperdine concurring with their assertions.
Okay, so Scott can explain this way better than I can, but for one, they can't have this. Scott has explained this. They can't have this at multiple locations because they've got expensive equipment that needs to be permanently set up at one location. And it's not like you can just move it around and show films at other locations using the same equipment. And this is very sensitive, specific, expensive equipment. So they need one place. Having multiple places won't work. yes, it's correct that we haven't heard from, actually, I'm not even sure what I'd say correct is. Scott, again, and others working with Scott have said this room, which we've offered for free and which we'd love to have them screen their films here, and he says, we would love to have it here too. Again, that's his personal opinion, not he heard it from Barry. Scott says, I'd love to be able to do this here, but I know the technology and I know what's required and I know the engineering, and it won't work here. He's not saying someone that's not telling us this told him it won't work here. He's telling us it won't work here. He's got no reason to lie about that. If he had this room as for free use, but first of all, it's not hearsay. Second of all, it's credible, because why would he make up a reason not to take advantage of an opportunity that would be a golden opportunity? Same thing with Pepperdine. One thing I didn't hear, Barry made it as his third point, and I've heard this from Scott directly too, is it's too expensive. Again, it's not like he heard from a neighbor that Pepperdine would be too expensive. He's gone to Pepperdine and asked them what would it cost to be able to rent their facility, which again doesn't even give them enough nights. And again, that's them telling us this. That's not saying I heard it from someone else. And they're saying we don't have enough nights there and it's too expensive. So I take them at their word. Again, why would they lie about that? Why would they give up opportunities that have previously been available? So could there be more specificity? Could there be more evidence? Sure, there always could. But is there sufficient evidence? Is there sufficient specificity? Is it firsthand knowledge? It's all of those things. Steve. Sure.
Just a couple things. The last email I got from Scott said he hadn't talked to anybody from Pepperdine for at least 5 years. But it seems to me a more recent conversation is well worth the effort. Yeah, things change. Second thing, back to Doug's question, there was an email that the Malibu Film Society sent to the Malibu Knolls homeowners, okay? Scott sent this out, and it says, with support of our sustaining members, sponsors, donors, and entire film industry, we now offer up to 100 events a year. So I don't know how many. Is it going to drop down to 40? I have no idea. All I'm saying is look. And it's back to the conditional use permit. That says what the conditional use permit does is protect the neighborhood. Right? That's part of what it's doing, is making sure that the rules that we've had in place that said neighborhoods are sacred. You deserve to have peace and quiet where you live. And you want that. Everybody wants that. And this has the potential of taking that away. And that's wrong. This city, for the last 30 years, however long, has always said we're going to protect our neighborhood. And I think once we give that up, we're headed in a path that I don't think we want to go down. So, for whatever that's worth.
I just want to clarify. I respect what Steve said, but I do think that that's the purpose of the conditional use permit, is so we can make those evaluations and we can present all those findings. So
I don't have a problem. Give me a conditional use permit. I'm not saying that. Look.
Agreed.
Yeah. I mean, we got rules. We have rules, and the rules were in place to protect the residents. Right? That's what they're there for. And I think if we start saying that the rules aren't important anymore, what the hell do you end up with?
Let's see if Marion has something further, and then Paul. Sorry.
Well, I was going to suggest a replacement substitute motion. Thank you very much. That we send this to Zerasis. I mean, before we make a change to our code to have a new interpretation, I see the city manager wants to speak, so I'm going to let him jump in there.
If I may, just and I'm sorry if I'm going ahead of where you were going, I apologize, but I just wanted to remind the council that we do have coming back the item regarding CUP, or the TUP item that went through Zerasis and went through the Planning Commission, and that is going to be coming back to council probably in a couple of months. We could potentially even look to move that up if that's something that council would like to see us do, but just to let council know that is going to be coming back to you.
All right. So I would prefer an up or down vote on the motion. I'm not prepared to pull it and accept that substitute. And I'll note that we did this exact same process at the last meeting or the meeting before that for the Snack Shack. We saw an issue, we saw a need, we all agreed there was a community need. We interpreted an existing code that had been not interpreted the way we interpreted it before. That night, we didn't have hearings about proper property use. We didn't go through Zerasis. We were nimble, and we solved the community problem. And my proposal is that we have an up or down vote on this effort to solve a community problem. Paul?
I just want to talk a little historically about what went on with the synagogue about, what was it, 2019, 15 years ago, when the church, when the synagogue first said that, yes, you can show films here. The city, that did not happen in the absence of approval from the city of Malibu. The city manager, who was here at that time, interpreted as not needing any further approvals than they already had. The entire council, it's easy to find out who was on council then and ask them. I've asked all the past presidents of all the past mayors of Malibu, and they all knew it was going on and when it happened and were in favor of it at the time. This is not something that happened in a vacuum and nobody noticed it for 20 years or 19 years or 17 years or whatever it was. This is something that came into being simply because somebody got pissed off that they couldn't run their film festival at the property and they threatened to sue. And that's what threw us all into a tizzy, and that's why we're still here now in a tizzy. And it's ridiculous. You know, we don't have enough places in this town where people go to because there's a sense of community. I mean, it's wonderful. The Little League thing is a great example of things that you got to have in order to have a town. Otherwise, you're just, a soulless bedroom community that nothing actually goes on. People don't know each other. And this is one of those things where you connect with each other and you connect with different people from your community and from the communities around you. And that's something that needs to happen. And as far as Pepperdine, which now has over 4,000 people living on campus, suddenly deciding that they can devote their auditorium to bringing in extra people from Malibu every, once a week. It's not going to happen. But I'd be glad to go and get information on it specifically for you, Steve.
I'd suggest you do that. I'm not sure you're qualified to speak for Pepperdine. So yeah, go talk to him.
Well, I've only been on the Crest Associates board for about 16 years, so I'll work it.
Right. That's good. Doug, you were next.
Okay. One thing I think we've got to clarify here is, you could say, gee, we need a conditional use permit because we're going to change the use of the facility. There's a use that we talked about at the Jewish Center the other day. They're moving to this church while the Jewish Center is being built. So now you've got double the number of people coming over there, and I can't imagine that they need a conditional use permit to do that. It's just another religious service taking place at the facility. It comes with the territory of a religious facility, that they can use it as they see fit for their uses. So I want to ask Trevor a question. We're talking about the TUP coming up here. How would a TUP address this issue, the new one that we have coming up, if we were to say that we want to wait for the TUP, if that was the case?
Sure. You have really broad discretion when it comes to it. What you'd be able to do with a temporary use permit here. We're not limited to the 6 events, which is what is currently in the code. You could allow more events, for certain type of organizations, for exactly this type of organization, for events with certain number of people, certain kind of impacts. You could allow many more events than are currently allowed under our code. So it provides a solution that you could provide up to whatever number of events is needed here by the Film Society to operate at a location. That TUP would have conditions on it, and then you could have it be renewable every year, or if there's no complaints, then it rolls over. You can have other provisions, put into it, but you easily can put in language that would allow the Film Society to have as many events as you want to have during a year. So it's an easy way to put a solution in place, and a quick solution, and something that doesn't need an LCP amendment that you can just put right through when that comes before the council here.
All right. One of the things that you guys have heard me say, I've got all these pet phrases, and Lloyd's sitting out there going, he's heard all these before. A problem postponed is a problem solved. Well, that's not true. What it really says is, if you want to kick the can down the road, you try and pass it to somebody else, and that's not what we need to do tonight. I'm with Bruce. We either do it or we don't do it. And I see this as being an opportunity to get something done for the Film Society, and then maybe Trevor's going to kick me from underneath the table. We can clean it up when we get the TUP in place. And here's what I'd like to suggest, and see if this has any traction. And I realize we already have perhaps an additional amendment on the table. Approve this for 1 year, with the idea that we will come back with a TUP review for this. And the conditions we would put on it is that the number of events would be, in the course of 1 year, I'm going to pull a number of, and let's say it's 80, only because we need a number. And I'm glad to take any other number in there, of non-formal religious events. Because here's what I'm thinking about this. If you were to have a wedding and you've got a minister, officiating the event, that shouldn't count as a same thing as a movie theater. It's a part of your religious activity. This festival is really, what's the right word in the incidental educational event. It's an ancillary type of event. So if we were to say we'll do up to 80 of these a year, it has to be non-formal religious use, and it has to comply with all of our noise and other nuisance requirements that we have in the city. In other words, it's got to be over 10 o'clock and so forth, if it's got outside noise or event. And then say that it's only good for 1 year, and we'll address it again with the TUP. And now I'm going to get kicked by Trevor.
I just want to be clear that, the issue here, if we're looking at using the proposed church, is that this interpretation would not allow that use to happen at that church. What this would allow is other churches that have CUPs that are not non-conforming, that are actually conforming uses, they would be allowed to have up to 80 events per year is what we're talking about. It'd have to be at one of these other locations. The issue here is that this is a non-conforming use that can't be intensified, and that's the issue. And every CUP, has its own provisions that needs its own interpretation of, what particular conditions are. And I'm a little confused about what we're proposing here. I mean, it seems that we're trying to make a by right use for up to 80, non-formal religious events at one of these locations. The CUP could have provisions that would conflict with that use. It could have other provisions about when things are allowed or when they're not allowed. And really, the interpretation of a CUP is a site-by-site, a project-by-project interpretation. And if the goal here is to have this use at that location, then really the two paths for that is for them to apply for the CUP and get that through, because these are conditionally allowed uses in the zone. And we're saying an interpretation here, if you have a church that's been approved to have this conditionally permitted use in the zone, that we're interpreting, if your CUP basically just says you have religious facility use, it would also allow you to have these other additional events, is what the interpretation here, how the effect of that would be put into place. So they could come forward with a CUP that will, actually allow them to have those conditionally permitted uses on the property, or they could have a TUP that would come through and that would allow that use regardless of what the CUP is, because it doesn't need to be a part of that. And again, those are really the only legal ways to sort of put in place a use for this particular property, because it is a non-conforming property. That's the problem with it, is it doesn't have a CUP at that particular property.
Doug, do you mind?
Okay, so you're saying, to put in my deal mind, this is a deal breaker because it's an expansion of a use.
If they had evidence that they were having movies like this in the past when they were permitted before cityhood, if they could demonstrate that it's not an intensification of use, what they're proposing here, then it would fall within the ambit of the non-conforming use. And the issue is the increase in the intensity of the use on the site that would have people coming for different types of events at these different times for this type of use.
Doug, do you mind if I jump in? So, one of the reasons when I ran for office for city council, I said it was important to have a lawyer on the city council other than the city council's lawyer, because you need somebody who is able to challenge the lawyer when they don't agree with them, because lay people aren't going to be able to do that. And I listen to Trevor, and I often abide by what he has to explain and agree with him, and sometimes I don't. And this is an example of when I don't. And reasonable lawyers disagree with each other all the time. I mean, leaving aside when they're in litigation against each other where they clearly disagree with one another. Lawyers what lawyers get paid for a lot of times is just to sit around in an office debating a point and trying to come to a conclusion that they either agree to or that the senior member of the team decides is the right answer. And I'm not suggesting I'm the senior member of the team, but I just disagree with the analysis that's being put forth. There is a question about whether this particular institution that we've been talking about tonight, which isn't really the point of an interpretation of an ordinance, but there is a question of whether the particular church that this operation would be engaged in does or doesn't have the ability to operate as a religious facility. I would be shocked if tomorrow the city went and knocked on their door and said, you're not a religious facility, so close the door until you get a CUP to be one. But maybe they will. But that's not the question before the city council. There's nothing in this proposal that says determine that the Malibu Pacific Church can do this. The proposal is a generic interpretation of a code provision as to what a religious facility means. And then the second question is, assuming that the Film Society and the church reach agreement on showing films there, or the Film Society decides to show films at any other religious facility for that matter, whether the city will fund the ability of the residents to attend those films for free. Those are the only two questions before the city council. We're not being asked to make a specific decision about what the Malibu Pacific Church can or can't do, whether it is or is not a religious facility pursuant to our code. We're being asked to determine what a religious facility means, and we're being asked to fund free membership and free attendance by members of the Malibu community, and I favor both of those things. As far as, Doug, your suggested friendly amendment of sorts, I think 80's too low. 100, 120 I can live with, and that's less than a third of the year. I don't think it would be fair or appropriate within the words of the ordinance to distinguish between something that's religious and something that's not religious, because the ordinance itself doesn't give any indication of that kind of a distinction. It simply talks about, what's the exact words here? Customary, incidental, educational, residential, and social activities in conjunction therewith. So I would say that means everything other than services. Anything that's not a service that qualifies under those words or what we're talking about. And so the question is, would community gatherings hosted by a 501c3 entity that are open to the public without restriction, other than space limitations, obviously, and are free to the Malibu public, and we could say 110, 120 days, or are so small that they don't matter, whether that's an appropriate interpretation of religious facility. That's the question that's on the table. And this issue of CUPs and more detail, like I said, the Christian Science facility, I mean, they have, as I would assume they have a CUP to be a religious facility, full stop. If we're right in this interpretation, if we adopt this interpretation, that means they can have various incidental, educational, social, whatever those words are, activities. It doesn't have to be spelled out in the CUP because it's spelled out in the statute, which is adopted by reference when you use the words of the statute. So I'd be happy to accept, if Paul will, a friendly amendment to reduce the 182 to 110. The noise and nuisance, that's part of our law. You don't get excused from those things by virtue of being a religious facility. Just like we talked about the homeless, they don't get excused from the laws that preclude defecating in public or littering or doing drugs or having weapons. Those are laws. They apply to everybody. Just because we're not allowed to stop them from living in public doesn't mean we can't enforce our laws. So if the Malibu Pacific Church decided to have a Malibu Film Society fest outdoors with blaring speakers until 12 at midnight, they'd be violating our noise laws and our nuisance laws. So you don't need to write that into a specific application. So I'd accept, if Paul will, taking 182 down to 110. I think that's the only the 1 year, I'd be okay with that, understanding that if at the end of the year we didn't find a further solution or didn't continue this, we'd be agreeing to pay the relocation costs. But at least we'd have the year to experiment and see how it works. But the city council can always pull the rug out anyway. I mean, you don't need to limit something to a year. You can always change your mind about an interpretation.
I think we're trying to get something done quickly, and then, I hate to say this, clean it up in the TUP. And I know Trevor's got his concerns. I mean, you've got your confidence. I'd like to hear from Steve.
Steve McClary or Steve Urin?
Okay, a couple things. And I want to go back. Bruce, you're a good lawyer. I don't argue that, okay? And you do that, you demonstrate that because you only read the parts of the municipal code that you like, all right? Because the municipal code says a religious facility as churches, temples, or other places used exclusively for religious worship, right? Exclusively. You know what exclusively means, right? If you're a lawyer, you get that figured out, okay? Including customary, incidental, educational, residential, and social activities in conjunction therewith, in conjunction with religious worship, right? That's what the code says, okay? Now, to go back to Doug's comment, or your comment, whatever. What are you going to do with traffic, Doug? I mean, again, right now, when they have religious events on Sunday, they've got traffic cops that sit on the Malibu Canyon to deal with the traffic. Is your proposal going to take care of that? How's that going to get done?
According to Bruce, it's just part of the overhead of an operation. You got to comply with the laws. If you're a traffic nuisance,
there's no law that says they got to put traffic cops out there. They do it because it's risky, because it causes a problem with people getting in accidents. So there's no law that says I got to have traffic cops.
I understand.
So how are you going to deal with that? You don't care about that?
Hey, it's no different than any other service that they're having.
But they have traffic. They have police out there when they have other services. So what are you going to do with this one? You're going to make? Is there a rule that says they got to do that?
I think that's beyond what we're putting on the table here. This is about
you were in the
approving
Public
these.
Safety Commission, were you not?
Yes, but
Okay, and doesn't public safety say that part of what you're supposed to be doing is protecting the residents, making sure that we've got the programs in place that eliminate the possibility of people getting injured, right? That's what public safety was doing. But you threw all that out when you came on the city council?
No, that's no different than saying. And by the way, Steve, you're excellent at this, bringing up these points.
No, I'm not.
But hold on a second. It's no different than saying there's a fire code about how many people can be in the building. So it's just part of the wear and tear overhead that you expect the due diligence and good operation.
Let me ask you a second question. Okay, when these people park, there's the parking lot on the church has, And then on Sundays, people also park across the street on Malibu Canyon. They park on the Malibu Knolls Road, I think is the name of it down there. Can they do that?
That building's got, in this.
I know they got, but that's what they're doing now. Can they do that as part of these movies?
That's beyond what we're trying to approve here. And they have a seating a seating ratio to parking, I'm sure, for that facility that's probably covered by the amount of parking spaces that's in the parking area. If you're talking about the Sunday school being open and so forth, that's something beyond what we're trying to approve here tonight.
I don't understand what you just said. I mean, the problem is they were going to have a packed parking lot, and when the event's over, people are going to pour out into Malibu Canyon. Should we have some public safety item there to make sure nobody gets injured?
If you want to add that as an amendment, that's fine. But I think
I'm just trying to figure out. Look, the reason we have a conditional use permit is to deal with these things, right? That's why you do it, because before we start, everybody gets to sit down and say it's a neighborhood, and in that neighborhood, based upon what our rules are for the city, here's what we want to do to protect that neighborhood. Here's what we want to do, right, to make sure that the people who live there we're ensuring their quality of life. That's all I'm trying to do.
All I'm saying is if they had 150 people there for a Wednesday night service, this would not be before the committee, before the council tonight.
Say that again?
If they had a religious service for 150 people on a Wednesday night, we'd never know about it in here.
But they'd have the sheriff out there. They'd have traffic cops.
That's their call.
Oh, it's their call now.
No.
So there's no response. We don't have any responsibility to try and make sure that we're protecting the neighbors.
Of course we do, Steve. Let's still carry this to an nth degree. It's really about, the issue on the table right now is, do we allow them to have the Film Society in the building as an extension of our interpretation of what a religious facility is?
That's a very narrow interpretation, because my understanding is what we're supposed to be doing is we're supposed to be making things better, not making things worse. That's our job. Our job is to sit down and look at what people want to do and make sure that whatever conclusions we arrive at, we're improving the quality. Bruce ran on whatever issues he ran on. My issue was I wanted to make sure that when I was making decisions, I was improving the quality of life of the Malibu residents. That was my main item for running, okay? And I don't think we're doing that with this process. We may be letting people watch movies, which they can do today, all right? But we're not putting in place tools that we need to improve their quality of life, or making sure that we're not destroying their quality of life. And I think that's wrong. And one more thing, Bruce, you're not only arguing with Trevor, you're also arguing with Richard, because both of those guys disagree with you. Just so you...
We're going to call on Paul next, and then I'll respond to that.
Well, about a year ago, when we first started talking about this location, I had a great idea that would have solved the whole thing. I said, why can't we have Pastor Andy talk for 10 minutes before each film about the religious implications of what they were going to see? And there we have it, an incidental religious use. Now, for some reason, that shortcut to the finish line didn't happen. And I think that it's important that we remember that we are trying to do something for those people. And I don't know if the people on the same street as the church are concerned about it, the ones that share an access with it. I think most of them probably think, gosh, it's going to be great. I can just walk down the street to go to the film. And it's, I think that I never want to be considered to be part of the anti-fun coalition, okay? And it's true, I'm old and crotchety, but I still think I want to live with other people who are having a good time and enjoying themselves. And at the Film Society, you're talking to people who are enjoying themselves. And that's the kind of thing that should be happening more often in this community, not less often.
All right. So Steve makes good points. First of all, I don't believe I am arguing with Richard or Steve McClary for that matter, or I am disagreeing with Trevor. The point that Richard was making, again, goes to the question that's not before us of whether this particular building that we've been talking about tonight is or is not a religious facility lawfully. I don't know whether it is or it isn't. I suspect that their lawyers would have good arguments that they are, and I know that other people could make arguments that they're not. That's usually the way it works. But we're not being asked to decide, and in fact, I don't think we could be asked to decide tonight without the party even being before us, much less having a hearing noticed on it, whether that facility is or is not a religious facility. I don't think Richard and I are disagreeing over what religious facility means. In fact, I had spoken to him about that before I proposed it, and if I wasn't satisfied that we had reached agreement, which I thought we had, I wouldn't have proposed it. So Steve's point about in conjunction therewith and exclusive use, what I would say is, yes, that's one way to look at it, that it's not in conjunction with the exclusive use as for worship. But what I would say is neither are 75 to 80% of the incidental customary uses of religious facilities that we all know have been occurring for 1,000 years at them. There's lots of things that occur at religious facilities customarily that are not specifically in conjunction with the exclusive use of worship. So I think that there's a little ambiguity in the language, and I'm not ignoring the words. What I'm saying is I see some ambiguity, and I'm willing to interpret that ambiguity in one direction versus another. Which brings, and I agree, our job is to improve the quality of life of the residents. My view is that this does improve the quality of the life of the residents. It's rare to have something that is nothing but improvement. Sometimes you got costs of improvement. Sometimes the costs outweigh the improvement, in which case it's not an improvement. I think the benefits outweigh the detriments. I understand Steve perhaps disagrees with that equation. The last thing I'll say is, and I say this all the time when we have land use hearings. This is not a land use hearing, by the way, but I say this all the time. If something I really like and want to approve isn't permitted, I can't permit it. If it's just black and white and you can't do it, you can't do it, no matter how much you like it. If there's something you really hate, but you're legally required to permit it, doesn't matter how much you hate it, you permit it. But then there's a whole bunch of stuff in the middle, and I think where we are today is in the middle. And because I like what I'm seeing, I'm willing to go to the approval side from in the middle. If I didn't like it, as perhaps maybe that's where Steve's coming from, then I would not go towards the approval side. But I don't think we're required to interpret the statute one way or the other. I don't think that there's a black and white answer, and I think that what's been proposed is a reasonable interpretation, and therefore, since it facilitates what I view to be improving the quality of life in Malibu, I support it.
Richard, do you agree with either Bruce or Trevor? Hey guys, look.
As I mentioned before, to me, I think there is the two issues as mentioned. This operation or this particular site, in my opinion, I believe it meets what the code states as a non-conforming use, and I am concerned that this would be an intensification of use. And my concern stems from boundaries and how do we continue to follow the zoning ordinance? When you, as I mentioned earlier, issue a permit for a religious facility, that conditional use permit puts in hours of operation, capacity. It puts in a lot, like I mentioned earlier in the meeting, it puts in a lot of the concerns or puts in safety mechanisms to ensure the concerns that I hear from this council.
You didn't answer the question, Richard. Richard, somebody's got to stand up and look. We sat through the races. I don't know how many hours of that meeting. Okay, where at that point in time you were fairly emphatic about what the rules were. And if you're not going to do that, if you're going to change the rules after we have the meeting, then I'm not going to believe anything you say in the meetings because So you got to stand up, man.
As I mentioned, and I think this is consistent with what I've said at the Zoe races, the Planning Commission. This particular operation is a non-conforming use, and in changing and adding these new things, even though things have been happening there, these are new. And to me, I see this as an intensification, which therefore is not something that this particular site can handle. I believe that I've stood by the non-conforming use intensification section of the code.
So Bruce, if you were accurate in saying that you don't approve stuff that is opposed by our code, then you can't approve this, right?
We're just being asked to determine what religious facility means in that ordinance, and to grant money to make things available to Malibu residents if it in fact is available. Paul, you have something?
I think. Oh, I'm sorry, Mary Ann.
And then Mary Ann.
I think we've thoroughly plowed this field, and the furrows are getting all crisscrossed here. So I'd like to call the question is right after Mary Ann speaks.
Well, I'll say it requires a 2/3, I think it is, vote to call a question when people still are discussing. So if there are 4 people that want to call the question, that's fine. I'm not going to be one of them because I believe in letting people have their last word. Mary Ann?
One, I wanted to clarify how I feel that this is different from the Snack Shack. The Snack Shack was a permitted item. It existed prior to cityhood, and it had been in continuous operation up until COVID closed it down. And when it went to go reopened, that's when it was found that there were damages from rodents and other issues of nature that had contaminated the site. And so viewing that interpretation, I felt much more comfortable with that. With regards to this interpretation, this is adding a new element into a location where it hadn't previously been done. That's why I am feeling that this is not the proper format in order to accommodate this request. I am 100% in favor of the Film Society being in Malibu, and I would be comfortable supporting the funds towards this first year being allocated, and looking in future years for additional funding. So as far as that goes, I'm on favor. I do think that this is a land use change. I think we are circumventing the process that a city has with regards to interpretations. We've cut out Zerasis, we've cut out our planning commission, and we're just going straight to a hearing that is changing the interpretation that has very big impacts on our community. We keep talking about Malibu Pacific Church as the one that's going to be the beneficiary of this, but we have other religious institutions in our community. And from what I'm hearing is that these same interpretations are going to be available to those facilities by the community. So we have several neighborhoods that are now going to have a potential change in what they have historically believed can be held at those particular facilities. And it may not be something that they have sufficient parking for, or that the neighborhoods have noise protection and other things like that. So again, as I stated, I'm for the code, and I am very, very uncomfortable of the skip steps that we are taking in the change of our code interpretation, and we're not following the right process, and this isn't the appropriate manner in which to handle this. We do have a process in place, and that's either the TUPs or the conditional use permits, where they're vetted, where things are put in place in order to protect those users and those neighbors around that. And, we're just making a change up here without really allowing our our neighbors to be able to come in and impact, and have any meaningful input on the process. And I think that's really irresponsible as far as that goes. So, I mean, I can count. We've heard that statement many other times. So I am in favor of calling the question at this point. But I don't like it. I think you guys are making a real misstep on how things are done and how we make changes to our code. And you're setting the groundwork for, other councils and such to point to this as a means to make wild interpretations without having the proper input and following the proper steps.
Okay, so unless there's further comments, we'll call the question momentarily. But what I will say, what I heard from Marianne was that she views this to be different in magnitude and order from what we did with the Snack Shack, and it is different. But what we did with the Snack Shack did involve not having Zeracis, not having the Planning Commission, and simply having the City Council, when it thought it was appropriate, adopt an interpretation of an existing ordinance that had been on the books for many years. So if that process is inappropriate now, it was inappropriate then. I actually look at it the other way, that it was appropriate then because it required nimbleness, and nimbleness is not prohibited, and it's appropriate now. As far as the assertion that we're changing the law, I don't agree with that either. The law is unclear, and not the ordinance. The ordinance is unclear. The ordinance has vague language that has not been specifically dwelled upon in the past. An issue has arisen which requires a specific understanding of what it means, and we're interpreting it. That's what interpretation is. There's a difference between interpretation and lawmaking. Adopting a new ordinance would be lawmaking. Deciding what this ordinance that we've had on the books for years means in this particular context is not lawmaking, it's interpretation, which is what we're charged with doing. We could send it to Zeracis, we could send it to the Planning Commission. We're not required to do those things. We didn't do those things with the Snack Shack. So if there's further discussion, happy to hear it. We never did finalize, I don't think, Paul, whether you'll accept maybe you did, maybe you didn't, the friendly amendment to reduce the number to 110. And to add a 1-year moratorium, albeit subject to the obligation to pay for relocation if necessary, if after a year we don't renew the decision or find another solution.
I'm concerned that the reduction of days may not work for the church because they have other events. For instance, they're going to have, they're going to have several events that would normally be hosted at the synagogue hosted there for the next year while they're under construction.
Yeah, I would say that those are not incidental use. Those are actually worship use. They're just allowing another religion to worship at their place of worship.
Well, I hope other people agree with your interpretation.
One last comment, then I'll.
Go ahead.
Okay. One, the ordinance that you say is not, which ordinance are we talking about? The conditional use permit ordinance?
No.
That's pretty clear. I mean, that's not open to interpretation. It's been done for a long time. It says what it says. It's got a benefit of protecting the neighbors around which it happens. And there's no interpretation there, right? It's pretty straightforward and simple.
We're talking about section 17.
You're interpreting something that you don't think is clear. All I'm saying that the issue of allowing this thing to take place at the church is controlled by the conditional use permit ordinance, and there's no doubt about that. We've been doing that for a very, very long time. Okay, and then the last point is the two people in this room who have been charged with making sure that we stay on track in terms of adhering to our code are Trevor and Richard, and both of those people disagree with you. All right, now, I mean, you may be right. Hard to believe. Okay, right? Look, I want to say the people I've talked to have basically said that what this is, and I'm going to hate say, an attempt to buy votes for the upcoming election. All right, I mean, and I can understand why both of you guys are doing that. That's clear to me. All right, But this is wrong. We have got rules, and if we're going to start changing, I think we got a problem. So that's all I got. You got it.
Paul, it sounds like you're not accepting a reduction to 110. What are you willing to accept, if anything?
I don't know. I don't know what other events the church felt that they needed those spaces for, and I'm reluctant to tell them that if they do this, they can't do those, whatever those events are. And it may be that they're interpreting those events and whether or not they count or don't count, but failing noticing that, I don't see the point.
What I would suggest is, as much as I want to adopt an interpretation that will work, we really should not be interpreting it to make it work. We should be interpreting it how we think is appropriate. So if you believe that incidental use appropriately means at least no more than half, then the number that's in there already is appropriate. If you think incidental use in general, forgetting this particular situation, means no more than a third, the number should be no more than a third. If you think incidental use means 10%, the number should only be 10%, and then this situation would not work at all. But I don't think we should be deciding what the word incidental means based on what a specific problem before us is. We should be making that decision in the abstract.
So I'll go with the 110 then.
Okay. And are we going to limit this as the motion to a one-year moratorium subject to being revisited, or do we want to just adopt it subject to the fact that the city council always has the ability to revisit anything?
I think if we put a 1 year on it, it forces everybody to focus in on the success and the failures that might be taking place. And I think one of the things we have to realize too, the Film Society is only talking about adding, 40 additional. If they've got 110 activities going on there already, that means there's 70 already taking place. This is a small change addition, and I hear the two experts on this, but you're talking about an active facility that's adding movies to their repertoire. It's not like they're suddenly turning it into a movie theater. So,
Marianne wanted to know what it would cost to relocate if necessary. Maybe Scott could answer that question.
We're projecting a minimum cost of $20,000. And by the way, the church does movies now. And they have for many years.
they have a big screen, if I remember correctly.
They have a 23-foot by 9-foot LED direct view wall.
Okay, but again, if we approve this tonight, we're not specifically approving the Malibu Pacific Church to do anything, nor could we. That's an issue between them and the Film Society and the city to resolve. That may need to come before us at a future date, but all we're doing tonight is making a generic interpretation of a code provision, if we do it, and authorizing a grant of funds to facilitate the public attending films for free if they're permitted to be there.
Could you repeat that, please? So are you
absolutely.
saying they're going to have to come to us for a TUP or a CUP?
I'm saying that we don't have the jurisdictional authority tonight through our agenda to decide whether the Malibu Pacific Church is a non-conforming use, is a permissible use. We'll have an what's the word? An additional. What's that word, Richard?
Intensification.
Intensification. It's not before us to decide whether this is an intensification if it's a non-conforming use. All that's before us tonight is what does section 17.02.060 of the Malibu Municipal Code mean, and if the Film Society should decide in agreement with the church and with the city not standing in the way to show films at the church, we would fund it. We would fund the ability of the Malibu residents to attend for free. We are not saying, don't have the authority to say whether the church does or does not have the ability to grant that permission. And If that issue were to come up at a future date, then we would decide it, but that's not before us. I think Trevor probably agrees with that.
Yeah, I would agree that you're not making a determination about that church or its intensification of use. I brought up the issue just so that everyone's clear that there's a big problem that I don't think this is going to solve that issue. But I did want to ask, if you don't mind, a clarifying question. Under the proposed interpretation, 4X, there's an or here. Do not involve attendance of more than 50 participants or less more than 2 hours. Does that mean that any amount of people can be there as long as it's less than 2 hours in duration? Or is that meant to be an and? I just want to be clear.
Actually, it's the opposite of what you said. It can't be either more than 50 or last more than 2 hours to fall within that first category. So if it's 20 people for 3 hours, it counts against the 110, not against the unlimited. And if it's 70 people for 1 hour, it doesn't satisfy that. It counts against the larger number. It's intentionally an or. It's got it because it's a negative, not a positive.
So you get 3 conditions, and then it's either do not involve attendance of more than 50 participants or last more than 2 hours. That's the intention?
That's what it says.
Okay. And my second question was that it seems that the proposed grant to the Film Society has a number of conditions that are meant to be here included in that. I would recommend putting that, having staff draft that and bring that back in consent so that can be fleshed out what the conditions on this grant are. Or is the intent not to award it right now?
Paul, you okay with that?
I'm fine with that,
Okay.
Okay, so the motion would be to return with the consent agreement.
Okay. One last question.
Yep.
So we're going to vote for this tonight. Let's assume after the first event, one of the neighbors complains to the city. And we send our code enforcement out there and say, you don't have a conditional use permit, so you can't run these movies. What do we do then?
We don't do anything unless and until it comes to us.
Okay, gotcha.
I'm sorry. I think we need to give clear direction to the community of exactly what the steps are going to be. So we're just changing to include what is within the definition, but they still need to go through all the permitting process and will require either a TUP or a CUP in order to show movies at Malibu Pacific Church as Malibu Film Society?
We're not talking about the Malibu Pacific Church. We're talking about what it means to be a religious facility.
Any religious facility within our city boundaries would now be able to open up to allow, for example, the Malibu Film Society to operate a movie screening activity subject to a TUP and or a CUP or not? Yes or no?
If this interpretation of the existing code provision is adopted, then it has always been the case that any building that has been conditionally use permitted to be a religious facility, full stop, no more conditions, no more specification, can do this.
With a TUP or CUP, or just do it without any additional review by the city for the
Any building that qualifies under the...
You're not answering the question. It's a
am
yes or no.
answering-
Do they need a TUP or a CUP? Yes or no?
I don't know whether they do or don't need a CUP or they don't need a TUP. I don't know whether they need a CUP to be a religious institution, religious facility. If they have a CUP that says they're a religious facility, they clearly satisfy this interpretation. If they don't have a CUP, they may or may not be a non-conforming use. There may or may not be some other basis upon which they are a religious facility that doesn't require a CUP. Those questions are not before the council, and I don't know the answers to them.
Okay, so a religious facility within our bounds that does not currently have a CUP because they haven't conformed with the code requirement would not be able to have films at their location at this time until they're issued a CUP.
I don't know if that's true or not.
I need an answer to that question. Can somebody please answer that question?
Richard?
I think if I understand Councilmember Riggins' question correctly, it's that if this goes through this evening, can any religious facility now include this as part of their standard operations without review of the planning department or the city generally?
No. If a religious facility does not currently have an issued CUP for their operations, would they be required to, one, get that satisfaction because it's a code requirement, but also prior to Malibu Film Society or any other entity that may show films, be required to make sure that CUP is in place prior to being able to operate?
The hard part for me is, as mentioned, that this wasn't written by staff. As what I understand this evening, I believe that the direction that I'm being given, if the majority supports this, is that, and I could be wrong, but my understanding from the read tonight is that the direction would be that these types of events, are the folks meeting the criteria in on page 3, the nonprofit, the number of people, these events should be able to take place in a religious facility without the need for a permit. That's what I understand this evening.
But the underlying building, if it doesn't currently have a city-issued CUP, would need to get that before this activity could be done?
That would turn on the question of whether or not a building must have a CUP to constitute a religious facility.
According to our municipal code, it does.
Which is not a question before the council, and with respect to which I suspect good lawyers can make arguments in both directions.
Okay, but I think we need to be very clear for the community, because they're going to walk out of here on, if there is a positive vote, thinking they're done and they can just start operating a film society at a particular religious facility. But if that religious facility does not currently have a CUP, then they would be operating illegally and subject to potentially being shut down based upon the fact that that facility does not have a CUP issued by the city. So are they going to be able to just start operating in a place that does not currently have a CUP issued by the city? Do you guys want to know the answer to that question? You're going to walk out of here and you may or may not be able to operate because that current location does not have a city-issued CUP.
Let me ask this question. If they're able to operate today as a religious facility, and all we're doing is all we're doing is interpreting what that allows them to do. They're already allowed to operate. And that's what we're hearing is this facility at the church, Malibu Pacific Church, is permitted to operate as a church.
No, okay. So a little history on this. When the city was formed, a requirement was placed in there that conditional use permits be issued for a variety of different operations, restaurants, religious facilities, a few other things. In the course of 20 years, it was expected that those facilities would come into conformance and get their CUP issued. In 2013, virtually nobody had gotten their CUP subject to that requirement. And so the city was faced with 50 plus institutions and restaurants having to come before the city and get their CUPs. It was going to be an operational nightmare for the city to be processing that many conditional use permits in that short of a time period. So the city council basically punted and said, as an intensification of use or other things come up, then those CUPs will need to be issued. So this particular facility has put in a CUP, but they've never completed their application. It's been sitting open, and as Councilmember Grisanti pointed out in the beginning, asking for what is outstanding on their particular application, since it hasn't been completed. So they've applied for a CUP, they've never gotten to completion, and they've never gone before the Planning Commission to determine whether or not that CUP can be issued. So they are operating in violation of our municipal code right now without being subject to any enforcement by our city right now.
Now let's just talk enforcement. Richard, so what happens? They pass this tonight. Next, they run a movie next week, and the resident calls up and complains about the movie taking place in this church. What do you do?
So as I see it, my understanding, the intention of this evening, is that this would allow for the Film Society or these other groups, keeping it general, to operate in the church, and even though the church does not have a CUP. That's what I believe is the intention of this document. If we receive a complaint, we would only be at this point bound by the nuisance ordinance that we have in our municipal code. Because this interpretation essentially, I believe, would nullify my ability to claim that it's an intensification of use.
No kidding.
Because like I said, I believe that the intention of this evening is that this should just be allowed as part of the operations of a church or a temple. I believe that is the intention of this.
Well, the intention is what Bruce said, that, that he believes that the church has got the right to run these things. And the question is, does our code agree with him? And if our code doesn't, somebody raises an issue, I mean, I would think that the code should somehow prevail, but who knows?
Well, we're deciding what the code means. The code will prevail.
Can I just point out one thing? We keep talking about intensification. If the I keep wanting to call it the Presbyterian Church, the Malibu Pacific Church is going to have the Jewish synagogue over there, that's an intensification. They're going to, in effect, double their services. So you're saying that if there's an intensification by them having a visitor in there for 2 years, this constitutes a violation?
Is that a question for me?
I don't think that question should be answered in this forum because that's a specific question about a specific use of a specific property that's not before us.
Sure.
Okay, I agree with that, but I'm just saying, when you think about things about intensification, if you think about what the church was doing in 1993, how many services they had, if they start having more services there than they had in 1993, that's an intensification, isn't it?
Same issue.
But you're talking about it in terms of intensification of use of a particular property is the type of use that was used that's been present on the property historically, and then the amount of that use, and how that's been defined historically. So if we don't want to get into, I don't even have enough information about this particular venue to give you an authoritative answer here today. And like I said, if there is evidence that they had a similar use to showing these movies for third-party events at the property there, then that would have been arguably a part of the use that was established prior to the city coming here. I haven't seen anything that would show that, but if they had that, then that would be part of the use that was previously part there wouldn't be an intensification.
I'm not trying to get into the weeds on this thing, but this intensification is an undefined term, is it not? I mean, if you were a restaurant, because as Mary Ann mentions, we got 50 locations in the city, everything from restaurants to churches to anything else, and now they're open an extra day of the month, extra day of the week. Does that constitute intensification? I'm looking for what an intensification
I mean, there's an argument that any type of increase in the number of services that you're having, the hours of operation, whether you have alcohol, not alcohol, if you're parking more cars, if more people are attending, all of these are arguments that there's an intensification of use. you know? So any of these things could be intensification of use.
Okay. I'm gonna say, when Paul and I were walking in here this evening, Paul said we'll be done by 7:30. I said, I don't believe that's the case, but I think by
7:30 in the morning.
but
I
I-
have an 8 o'clock dentist appointment.
But I was pretty sure it would be done by 9 or 10. But again, this is a great process. So does anyone else have any further comments before we call the question?
I never got a clear answer to my question.
Which one?
Will the Malibu Film Society be able to operate in a location that does not currently have a city-issued conditional use permit?
If they're a religious facility, the answer is yes. I think.
Right. I think the question Marianne is asking actually is,
No, my question's pretty darn clear.
I'm trying to help you. I
When,
really am.
I don't need any help.
Well, you're not doing a very
When-
good job of getting an answer.
The Film Society starts out, I understand that we're changing the definition and that now this use is part of that definition. What my issue and problem is that the particular location they are proposing to operate in does not currently have a conditional use permit. So what happens? Are they able to begin this? We're putting money on this line.
Not if they don't open. No, we're not. Not a penny.
They need $10,000 to get started. They need $75,000 to offer the free things to the residents. All those things are going to have to be set up in advance prior to them being able to do a film, because how are they going to provide that if they don't have the funds to be able to do it? So we've promised them those funds. And they're going into a location that is in current violation of our municipal code. Now, whether or not we're acting on it actively, that's one thing. But they are technically, legally, in violation of our municipal code right now.
I don't know that's the case. I don't think we're...
Open up the municipal code. It's in there.
I don't think we're empowered to make a decision about a particular use of a particular property, whether it's lawful or unlawful. But I think the question that you're asking actually is there such a thing as a religious facility that doesn't have a CUP saying it is? I don't know whether there can or can't be a religious facility, as that term is used in the code.
Our municipal code is very clear. It requires a conditional use permit to be issued to a variety of different uses within our city. This particular location has not satisfied that requirement. They are in violation of our municipal code.
So they should be shut down tomorrow?
No, they should complete their conditional use permit application that they started and finish the process.
Well, I hope they work on that in addition to whether they're separate apart from whether it's mandated. I would hope that they'd work on that. But again, there's a church sitting there. It's been sitting there other than when it burned down for a short period of time. It's been sitting there for a long, long time, and it's been a church. And a church, as I understand it, is a religious facility. And the question is, what is a religious facility allowed to do is what we're being asked to answer. And I think religious facilities are allowed to host gatherings of the public that are for nonprofits, that are free of charge, that are open to the public, and that don't occupy more than half of the time that they're there.
I can absolutely support this change of interpretation. I don't like the way it was done. It wasn't done the way it should have been done. It circumvented the system. That's a totally different conversation. What my issue and my problem is the fact that we are going to possibly have a positive vote for this, and it's entirely possible that these people that are waiting here and others that have been online are going to leave with the intention that they have to do nothing else but set up a website and start processing applications for these memberships so residents in Malibu can have access to the Film Society for free. My sincere worry is that that's not going to happen because of the fact that this particular location that they're looking at does not have a city-issued conditional use permit for operations as a religious facility. And they are not going to be able to operate, and other things are in jeopardy of being able to operate at that location.
Anything further?
I go back
Any
to
other
my
comments?
pitch for Pepperdine. A guy go to Pepperdine, try and get up there, solves all these
Red
problems.
herring, red herring, red herring.
All right,
No, come on, each person can speak whatever they have to say. Are you done, Steve?
Yeah.
Paul, did you have something to say?
Does anybody have any idea how long it takes to get a conditional use permit in this town?
I would hope it actually wouldn't take very long to get a CUP that simply says the building is a religious facility.
It takes as long as an applicant takes to submit a complete application to the city and get scheduled for a planning commission hearing. So a lot of that is dependent on the city. It's also very, very dependent on the applicant. I speak that as an expert in this item.
Does anyone here genuinely believe that if the Malibu Pacific Church or any other currently non-CUP'd religious institution in town were to ask the city to permit it to be a religious institution, a religious facility, the city would say, no, you can't, stop having services there? I'd be shocked.
That's a bizarre question, Bruce. Nobody is questioning the fact that it's a religious facility. The thing that you continue to ignore is the religious facility says it's supposed to conduct religious activities. And you keep leaving that out of every conversation you have. That's what it says. So nobody's arguing with the church. They can be a church. They're a church. They're a religious church. They're doing religious stuff. They're holding good for them.
No, that's exactly the issue.
But
if
movies are not necessarily religious activities. I'm sorry.
That's the issue before the city council to decide under section 1702060. We've been engaged in an excursion for the last hour as to whether this is or is not a religious facility. Not what does it mean to be a religious facility. Yes, we have.
No, you have, but the rest of us understand that it is. The rest of us understand that it's a religious facility. Everybody out there understands it's a religious facility. Nobody's arguing with that. The argument says, our code says, here's what you're supposed to do. And for that thing to work, and we've decided that screw the code. That makes no difference anymore. I'm wondering what other parts of the code we can all just keep ignoring until everybody gets whatever the hell they want.
Steve, I say this genuinely. I mean, maybe I've misunderstood what's been going on, but I thought for the last half hour or more, Mary Ann's been arguing that this is not a religious facility because it doesn't have a CUP stating that it is.
No.
What? That's what I've been hearing.
No.
It doesn't have a CUP that says it can do activities outside the religious envelope.
The proposal here is to change that interpretation.
Right.
No,
My argument is the fact that they're in violation of our municipal code by not having a city-required conditional use permit for their operation. I understand philosophically that, yes, they're going to continue to be operating because I don't see anybody going through and shutting them down. But that's not to say that they couldn't legally be done that way. It's absolutely within the bounds. If this was a restaurant, if there was a restaurant before you, if Nobu was in violation and they didn't have their CUP, and they were coming and they wanted to add something else, what would your argument be? Get your CUP in order, and then we'll talk. But for some reason, we're going to be doing something different with this particular instance. Now, there's a lot of arguments that a lot of our residents enjoy Nobu, and that it brings a lot of value to our community, just as the Malibu Film Society brings to our community. So I just don't understand. The law is the law. It requires a CUP to operate. They have a CUP application within the city.
Steve McClary?
I don't know if this is helpful to the council and its discussion. I know it's getting late tonight, and I know there's been some. I think this question that's been raised, I think, is a valid one in terms of what this is going to mean. I'm sure nobody is looking forward to I think you're all probably looking forward to resolve this tonight, but if it's helpful, you could give some direction to staff to do a little bit of homework and come back to council with some clarity on some of these questions. I don't know if that's helpful or not. Just wanted to offer that up.
I appreciate that, but I still would like to get a vote. Paul? Well, okay. Can we please have a roll call?
May I ask for a point of clarification? At one point, part of the friendly amendment included the city's absorption of relocation costs, possibly with a not to exceed total. Is that part of the final motion?
That's if they stop after a year.
But
If the city tells them they can't do it anymore and they've got to move.
And is that up to a dollar limit, or is this motion just absorption of costs?
I don't believe there was ever a dollar limit.
No, we don't.
Okay, thank you.
There's money for nothing, chicks for free.
Mayor Silverstein,
Yes.
Councilmember Grisanti,
Yes.
Councilmember Riggins,
No, on the basis that it violates our due process of the races in Planning Commission.
Councilmember Stewart,
The fact that it's based upon an interpretation, I say yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Euring.
No, it violates our code.
Motion carries. May I have a motion for adjournment?
I'm sorry.
I'll make a motion to adjourn.
And
Sorry.
Good.
The gentleman, I'm sorry.
Jeff Mazzarella?
Yes, correct.
Okay. So the motion is to adjourn in memory of Jeff Mazzarella. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Okay. Can we get a roll call, please?
Councilmember Riggins,
Yes.
Councilmember Stewart,
Yes.
Councilmember Grisanti,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Euring,
Yes.
Mayor Silverstein,
Yes.
you are adjourned.